Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee for Monday, May 2nd, 2022 to order. I'd like to welcome members of the committee, staff, those in the audience, including our members of delegation and the press, as well as those who are watching from home tonight. Before we proceed, I'd just like to advise those who are watching from home that we have a full committee that Councillor, well, I apologize, I spoke too soon. Is Councillor Doherty not in attendance?
It appears at this time that she is not.
Okay, so we do have Councillor Carrier with us, and should Councillor Doherty join, we'll advise at that time. So that said, I'm going to turn to Councillor Berman, and if you would read in the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you, Councillor Berman. And just as you were starting, Councillor Doherty has joined us this evening, so we do have all committee members in attendance this evening. I will then look to table the adoption of the agenda, that the content of the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee agenda for May 2nd, 2022 be adopted as presented. Mover and a seconder, please. I've got Councillor Berman and Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor? And so carried. Thank you. And declarations of pecuniary interest, I'm aware of one. Councillor Carrier.
Excuse me. Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. For item 4.1, the MZO application, that is the lands that are adjacent to the Poplar Side Road development that Council has been discussing, and the one that I have declared under the Code of Conduct a disqualifying interest because this is adjacent lands and they are drawing a parallel to their neighboring property. I will be extending my Code of Conduct disqualifying interest to include these lands. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Carrier. Does anyone else have anything this evening? As we progress, if one arises, you know what to do. Before we move on to our delegation this evening, or deputation, I do want to declare a conflict. And for those who know, not quite, well, it was less than a year ago, the Montreal Canadiens lost in 5 games to the Tampa Bay Lightning. And tonight would be the first game of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and of course the Montreal Canadiens are at home enjoying the playoffs as we are about to do as well. But I take great pleasure in the fact that for if you know your history, tonight also happens to mark the 55th anniversary of the last time the Toronto Maple Leafs won the Stanley Cup. And many great things have happened between now and then. Probably most significant is the invention of color TV. So with that said, I've had some ongoing discussion with people.
That was a low blow.
And with some members of the media and some friends, of course, and we've got some friendly wagers as it relates to the outcome of this series, because again, if you know your history, the Leafs haven't won in 5 years in terms of getting out of the first round. If Tampa Bay wins, then I win. If I lose, then this beautiful blue and white sweater, and I acknowledge it is beautiful, I would be more than proud to wear this 60-goal scorer Austin Matthews sweater here at this table at a future meeting. Now, I do have a caveat or an out, and that is that 5.2 deals with the future chair. And so if you see fit that perhaps you could spare me wearing that, or whatever the case may be, you may choose to go in a different direction. But saying that, I look forward to the playoffs and the friendly wager. So it's all in good fun.
Who is the wager with?
It's with a group of
You
friends.
may have missed the meaning of how
That's
wagers
right.
work. There's
Right.
usually two sides.
Yes, no. So with that said, we do have a deputation this evening, and we have two gentlemen who have attended in person. And I am going to ask that Craig Smith and Andrew Marchenko come forward. And I'm not sure, but I'll allow one or the other to introduce yourselves. And then you'll be given your 10-minute allotment. Yes, please. So, and just before you start, Mr. Smith, you and I had an opportunity with the mayor to speak with Mr. Marchenko via Zoom, so it's a pleasure to have you here. And I know that Mr. Marchenko has engaged with a number of council and staff members over a period of time. And for the public's interest, for context, there was a deputation that was made to development operations specific to this matter with Mr. Marchenko. And so that's a segue into it. So, sir, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Perfect. Well, we'll be very brief. I just wanted to introduce myself. Thank you, members of the committee and councillors. My name's Craig Smith. By day, I run Cushman & Wakefield's Eastern Canada division of what's called EDSF, which is Equity, Debt, and Structured Finance. So I spend my working hours helping other groups build things like the distillery, which I've been actively involved with in downtown Toronto. Most recently, the Basin Media Hub, which is the largest purpose-built film development in the country, Allied REIT, and the refurbishment of every historic building in downtown Toronto. That's what I do to make the money that I co-invest with others. And I bought Poplar and Raglan almost 2 years ago on the encouragement of Andrew and others, seeing the opportunities that existed with Collingwood. And like every municipality, I understand what you're going through and the siege that you guys face with development. But we saw a great opportunity to build both community here and really bring jobs to the marketplace, looking at that piece of land as something that's a little bit unconventional, abutting the Pretty River, and obviously, given the pressures that are going on around Collingwood of late, which I don't need to tell you about, we really thought that this was going to be a great caveat for our family and for future holdings. We also own, just so you know, downtown Moncton, we bought the CN lands, which we repurposed into a bunch of affordable housing, the Carp Airport in Ottawa, which we've repurposed and are in the process of doing a big mixed-use development there, 2 mixed-use projects in KW, and we are just going back and forth with repositioning of a large development in downtown Guelph. So we like the peripheral markets. Although I trade in downtown Toronto, we like where people are going, and I'm sure you guys are quick to argue that this is a great market for the future. I'll let Andrew quickly tell you about what we're doing, and then if there's questions, we'll certainly address them, but thank you.
Hello, and again, thank you on Craig and mine's behalf to hearing us this, today. So a lot of you have already seen what we're doing, but as an update, next slide. So this shows you the area. Oops, I had a, the area that we're discussing is right with the larger area being the Depoche lands that Craig now owns. Aerial photo, next slide please. Aerial photo shows the lands right there. Oops. And so from a zoning standpoint, here's the areas being shown. What we're discussing today is that So the deputation from 2 years ago, from May 11th, 2020, talks specifically about creating a whole second center to Collingwood, which wasn't meant to at all defer or dilute the existing town, but rather add and build on what's already there and take pressure off. And the zoning that was there, which we have the business park industrial, would not allow full-time residential. And so when we came to town, we had, support and concerns, but we were asked to hold off and wait till the studies that were being done in support of both the municipal comprehensive review by the county and by the official plan update by the town. We were told that if we were to submit, we'd have to wait for the results of those studies anyways, so we chose to wait and, continue to, it's now the fourth planner that's there, and, we've been presenting at each stage. Next slide, please. So here you can see, again, the specific areas under question for both the MZO and for our project. Next slide, and an overlay of what's being proposed by both groups. And so if you look at, again, going back to the zoning, next slide, please. This shows, and if you look, you have this in your package, that the red, I'm shaking here, too much coffee. The red is the zoning we have, and blue is the zoning that the DEPARTMENTal lands have. And in fact, ours is, a little bit more permissive towards mixed use, but basically the same zoning. Next slide, please. So initially, this was the proposal we did have when we had tied up all 4 pieces of land all the way across here. With passing of time, a lot of people, lost patience. So next slide, please. So we're now in control. This is the lands that Craig owns. And you can see here all the way through, we always proposed to join. We talked to the college. They didn't have a plan, so they agreed to let us plan the university, the campus. But the idea was always, as you can see here at the extreme sides, we were always tying into what was being done around us instead of planning on installation. So the whole idea was to create a whole series of spaces that were defined by the buildings, and it's those spaces that provided the critical piece to the density that was being proposed, because without the public spaces, density doesn't work at all. And it's those public spaces that would add social, cultural, and recreational amenities to the whole area. And it also was designed not by use, but by building type. In other words, if you think about the distillery district, that's what we had drawn during that presentation as an example, where the buildings, the uses have changed, but the spaces those buildings created remain viable. And that's, to me, the definition of sustainability, where you're not ripping down every time a use changed. So we had done market studies and found out what would be supported, but the whole idea, we didn't move it much further than this because, if you recall, we had committed to a charrette process, which is based on public input. So we would have come here with a blank sheet of paper, started over, listened to what politicians were saying, listened to what staff was saying, listened to what neighbors were saying, and based with that and market studies, came up with a final plan. Next slide, please. So this is what we were proposing. You can see here sort of the stringing along of public spaces that united everything. And we also had plans across the street. But basically, tying this all into and so we're proposing, like we didn't draw this because that would have been a little bit more presumptuous, but we had consensus with the college to work with them. But the whole idea is to, instead of just letting the DEPARTMENTal group propose, let us all work together, and if not together, at least in parallel, to design the whole edge and not just one piece and another piece and another piece. And that way you'll have something that it's not a matter of competing with each other, but rather working together to a greater vision. And so next slide, please. This again was a character image of what we're trying to create, which if you look, it doesn't screen one specific use. I mean, those are cafes at the bottom, but above that, that could be offices or it could be residential. But the idea was basing the whole thing on this armature of spaces, and to work together, the idea is to connect those spaces all throughout. Next slide, please. And so that was one of the more intimate spaces. The idea here was to have stores or galleries above here, then offices on the second floor, 2 floors of attainable, and then market rate above. So the mixed use wasn't specifically from building to building, but also done horizontally, where you're truly integrating it, truly making it like a neighborhood and community. So to restate that, so this is even a more denser, again, this isn't our project, but it's a character image of a similar project showing a similar density. And again, the density here only works with a provision of the range of public spaces that we're providing. Next slide, please. And you commissioned 8 different papers on what was to be supported moving forward. And so back in that deputation, we looked at those 8 sections and said here how we align with that. Next slide. And again, with county, the same. We've been working with both county planners and the municipal planner to make sure we're, in step with the processes that are going on. And next slide, please. So our goal, this was again from the deputation before, if you read these two, they're pretty much aligned. So I honestly don't see, and again, for the hospital, whether it moves or stays, by having both sides of that hospital surrounded by ancillary uses that support it, it's even more of a case for why the hospital can move it. But both in their case and ours, whether the hospital moves there or not, both schemes seem to be viable without that. It's not dependent on that. So next slide, please. So this is what was published from last week regarding the council resolution in support of the MZO. And what we ask is, if you look over here, this is the, basically changing the address, but the mixed use that we're asking is the same as they are asking for, which is mixed use that would support not just industrial, but actually exceed the amount of employment opportunities you have now in industrial, and add mixed use, which far exceeds the limited employment you'd have with that. And again, we were supporting that with provincial policy that has provincial presentations that come ahead of the change in policy, which are basically stating that if you can attract and support knowledge-based economy, then do so. And Collingwood, it's known as an active, healthy lifestyle, a place that provides that. You have all the things that attract that. So to be able to capitalize on that is a phenomenal asset to have, and that we feel, and the studies agree with that, you should be able to capitalize on that. So that's it. And what we're asking for is not necessarily today, but if we can talk about next steps, what's required for us to be able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marchenko and Mr. Smith, for being here this evening with us and giving your presentation. I'll open it up to the floor. Are there any members of the committee that would have a question of our delegates tonight or our staff? Councillor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I very much appreciate your coming here tonight. I'm quite sympathetic to your issues. And it is important that our community be built not one piece at a time, but making sense as we go. Of course, the application for the MZO has managed to avoid both the town's OPA process and the county's MCR. And so it's left us in a bit of a, standing on one foot. That's how I feel. But in any event, as you know, we've asked our consultants to take it forward, and there's going to be a consultation process. Our consultants had emphasized that it was important to have consultation so that the development community who might feel that they're being left out have an opportunity to come forward. Were you intending to participate in that?
If not participate, then we'd like to participate in that, but in our deputation we described what's called a charrette process, where it is basically us coming in and firstly doing presentations of what is a traditional neighborhood development to not just council and staff, but also to residents, so that during the design process we're not arguing about the principles behind a traditional neighborhood, but rather talking about the design. So it's wide open. Whoever has questions, we and show examples of where it's worked out really well from both what is being offered to residents, but also from an economic standpoint, from a services standpoint. So yes, the intent is to participate in a public process.
Can I elaborate on that? As a developer, and I don't really actually build a lot, we facilitate a lot of things. We would absolutely engage that. In fact, I'd encourage you all, because I know summer's under siege, to embrace the kind of development that we would be proposing where it's interactive, bringing something to the community. As I said, this is actually going to build community and add jobs. We're not trying to take away any employment here. We want to enhance it. My appeal to that site was its proximity to Georgian College and its proximity to downtown core. and what can be done with that, which includes, when we put in our proposal, affordable as well as student, and all sorts of different, what we think are true community builders. So when that opportunity arises, we'll be there with bells on.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Acting Mayor, as we know, in addition to this piece, there's a parcel of land immediately north of it that Eden Oaks picked up, and they have a plan in for residential. And it does strike me that this Eden Oak piece, the parcel that these gentlemen are speaking about tonight, and the EBZO lands, we need some advice on how we should handle those and whether they should be looked at together. So I would like to have a motion to our staff to report back on us. Is this a good time to do that, or should I hold it till later in the meeting?
Sure. I'll maybe just look around the table to see if there are any questions of any other members, and then come back to Councillor Hamlin to table that. Is there anyone else that would still have Councillor Carrier with us? I can't. Oh, you know what? My apologies, and I didn't acknowledge that Councillor Carrier recused himself. So thank you for mentioning that. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor McLeod.
I also feel as though we're supposed to go to the public arena, aren't we?
No.
So through Acting Mayor Hall to our CAO, at this point, we've got some pretty busy people in our planning and building departments, what with the ICBL and also with this request, and our official plan review and so on and so forth, and we pushed back the official plan review by a certain amount of time while they beaver away at coming up with what might be something that we can deal with. What kind of timelines are we looking at if we wanted to include this in the contemplation of the MZO?
Through the chair to Councillor McLeod. I'm at a little bit of a disability today because our planning director, Valentine, is away until later next week. We do have our planning manager, Lindsay Ayers, with us. I do think that there is maybe two shades of what can be responded. One may be just what work would be involved and what time frame would that take. And there would surely, if there was significant work, be delays for the official plan or potentially other items that are coming forward now, hopefully with a lifting or imminent lifting of the ICBL and moving on to a services allocation framework. That said, taking an intelligent approach to all of the development in town does sound like a really good idea, and this is some new information that's been provided to council and to staff in the last few days through this deputation and its presentation. So in general, I don't have a concern with reporting back to council, and I'll leave it to Manager Ayers to talk about timing, just around what are the implications and what might make sense. Thank you.
So as a follow-up to that, so we would be asking for a report on when we can find a report, or when we can find the capacity to put together something. Is that what you're saying? Through you.
Yes. I think that the first step would be just to let you know the scope of a potential review, the timing, and if there'd be any resources involved. I think that would be the best thing to put before council or the appropriate committee first.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to add a question or comment? And just before I go back to Councillor Hamlin, if you wanted to table something, I am looking at community planner, to Lindsay Ayers. Did you want to add something to that, Lindsay?
Thank you, Chair Hall. I would just echo, with Director Valentine's absence currently, we do have a number of imminent policy-related matters that we are working towards, and certainly there is an operational update being prepared for the May 9th Development and Operations Services Standing Committee as it relates to the MZO that's currently under review related to the lands immediately to the east, the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village. So there will be further update as it relates to resources, expenses, et cetera, going forward to committee next week. I hope perhaps to give this a little more thought, and perhaps we can add a little more context to this with some time this week to give a little more thought to it and add to that operational update next week. But as members of the committee are aware, we are also dealing with 3 appeals to the zoning bylaw amendment that's connected to the interim control bylaw. And we are also working to advance and report to DNO committee next week as well that speaks to a potential short-term exemption process that we are looking for some direction on to see if we can continue to facilitate some development during this interim period. So there are a number, and in addition, there's also the Simcoe County Municipal Comprehensive Review process that's going on, and there are meetings coming up with that too. So there are a number of larger policy initiatives ongoing, and I agree with CAO Skinner that I think, this is something that we should be looking at comprehensively, and it's certainly something we can look at. But in terms of, solidifying potential timelines for this, I think we need a little more time to look at it in the context of all the other matters before us. And hopefully I can provide a little bit more update at the meeting next week, and then further update upon Director Valentine's return.
Perfect. Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate it. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Hall. So I do agree that I turned it off instead of on. It's kind of that kind of day. Thank you, Chair Hall. So I agree with the comments that we need a comprehensive approach. And I do think that if we're going to go to the public with a robust engagement process, that we need to be doing it in the bigger picture as opposed to maybe piecemeal. So I do agree with Councillor Hamlin and the CAO in terms of needing to find out what kind of resources and timeline that will take, and in the context of what we've already directed. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Great. There seems to be a flavor, so I'm going to turn the flavor to Councillor Hamlin and see if you would like to turn that into something.
Could I add for two?
Yes.
The only thing I would add is that we had presented fully to the former planner and your planning consultant as to what we're doing. So a lot of that review had been done as to validity or appropriate enough. So hopefully it won't add a lot of time to the process.
Yep. Sorry, Clerk Almas.
Thank you, Chair Hall. For the purposes of the delegation, then, it would actually be considered a notice of motion, so we can work with Councillor Hamlin to polish off that notice for consideration at the next meeting on May 16th.
Is there an advantage to just simply referring it to staff tonight?
In looking at the procedural bylaw, it actually would be required to be a notice of motion. And if council or committee would like to waive the notice provisions, you can do it that way this evening if you get 2/3 majority vote.
I may turn the chair over and actually put a notice to waive, and it would simply be on the premise that we had a presentation from one party and a party has come forward, but this isn't like a situation where, hey, great opportunity is in front of us and therefore we want to take advantage of it.
Acting Mayor, I'm prepared
yes,
to
sir.
add that to my motion.
Sorry,
I'm prepared to add the waiver to my motion.
you'd like to table that? Okay, so in that case, I'll ask you then to put a notice on the table to waive.
Okay, do I do that at this point?
Please do.
Yeah, I'd like to bring forward a motion to waive notice for, and then I'll tell you what my motion is perhaps now.
I'll look for a seconder and we'll put it on the floor. Councillor Jeffrey? Okay. And then I will, yes, sir.
What exactly are we going to vote to waive notice on? I'd like to hear what it is in full before I vote whether to waive it or not.
Well, I think that, and the clerk can clarify, but I'd like to put it on as a notice to waive, and then if the councillor would like to put it on the floor, and it can be prefaced either as a notice or it can be prefaced to move forward tonight. But if you would prefer to hear in advance.
I would definitely want to hear what I'm voting to waive.
Okay. My intent is not to circumvent. My intent is just simply that we don't delay a request another 2 weeks. That's all, when things are in motion.
No, I'm not looking to delay. I just want to know what I'm voting on.
Yep,
That's simply stated.
Fair enough. If you would like to table your motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Or preface it in terms of what it is you'd like to bring forward.
Yes, exactly. It would be to request a staff report on the best way for council to approach the planning of the vacant parcels north of Poplar on either side of Raglan. So this would include the Parataxis site, the MZO site, and possibly the Eden Oak site. And secondly, that the staff report would address the scope of this work in terms of time and cost.
Okay. Councillor Madigan, and just a nodding, if that's an agreement, you're comfortable with in terms of what's been read in?
Yes.
For a clarity standpoint.
For clarity, 100%, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to call the question now on to waive. And I do have a mover and a seconder in Councillor Hamlin, Councillor Jeffrey. Those in favor? Those opposed? So it is carried unanimously, if I saw it correctly. Okay, so now if you'd like to table your motion, please.
The motion is for staff to report back to council at the earliest opportunity on the best way for council to approach the planning of the vacant parcels on the north side of Poplar and on the east and west side of Raglan in a comprehensive way. This would include the Parataxis and MZO lands and possibly the Eden Oak parcel. The staff report would also include the scope of this work in terms of time and cost.
Thank you. You're good being the seconder? Okay. Yes, CEO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. I did just want to note that while it may not be a major delay, there may be minor delays in the official plan, just because this is a report that we want to do thoughtfully. So I didn't want you to vote thinking there would be absolutely no further delays, but there could be, say, 1 to 3 weeks just to make sure we do this well. That might not be the case, but I just didn't want you to vote thinking there was absolutely no risk of a further delay to the official plan. Hopefully we can avoid that, but we just want to do a thoughtful report if you wish us to in your next vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any questions, comments specifically to what has now been just tabled? Seeing none, sorry, go ahead.
So I just wanted to respond to our CAO's comment because it is a good one, and as usual. But in this case, we're dealing with landowners who are circumventing our normal process. And as you know, I'm sure we all are so keen to get our draft official plan out and start using it, because the longer it takes, the more we're going to have individual property owners coming in and asking us for these kind of things. So I'm wondering, through you, Acting Mayor Hall, whether it would be appropriate to be asking for some contribution from the developers for the cost of having our consultants who gave us the advice on the MZO to also be given this task.
I think, as was the case when we were in discussions at the table with the representatives of Mr. DePoche in that opportunity, it was something that was tabled. So if you wanted to add, or if you had somebody around the table that wanted to add that to your motion, then please do. And I see a card up. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my thought is that because this proponent actually made a request to council 2 years ago and to our consultant to consider the notion of a rezoning of that particular property, that any other consideration might actually be moot, depending upon what is contained right now in our new official plan. And so I'm going to make the suggestion to Councillor Hamlin and to my colleagues that perhaps it would be worthwhile to not delay the presentation of the new official plan and put these other initiatives behind that.
Councillor Hamlin, your motion's on the table. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would not be in favor of that.
Okay. I have a question through to the CAO and clerk, and that is with regards to the last comment around cost. The request tonight is to have a report come back. I'm assuming that perhaps as part of that report, there could be discussion, reference, and a recommendation as it relates to maybe potential cost recovery if it was deemed fit. And I think that's what we did the last time.
Correct. That would be my understanding, that we could include something within the report. And my apologies, I should note that Manager Ayers also has her hand up, and it's hard to tell if there's an appropriate time the chair would.
Before I go to Manager Ayers, that seems to address that particular issue. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to add a cost recovery cost recovery analysis, if I can say, or recommendation as part of the staff report.
Okay, and we'll include that as a friendly amendment. Manager Ayers, you had your card up. Thank you, Clerk Olamis.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. And I guess just a point of clarification for Planning Services benefit before the committee votes on Councillor Hamlin's motion. I believe the motion currently references the lands that we've been already considering an MZO for that are part of the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village, as well as the lands that the delegates before you this evening have raised. But it also included reference to the Eden Oak property, which is located northwest of the lands owned by the deputants this evening. Those lands are the subject of active Planning Act applications for a zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision. And I'm not aware if the property owners have provided any insight into participating in this process. And I was just a little concerned with these lands being included in the scope of the work without any representation from the owners of that property having made this request to committee this evening.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comment. And I see your card, Councillor Hamlin. I took the request, Councillor Hamlin, that you were looking for from a macro or overarching perspective as it related to the lands to the northwest, as well as to the lands to the east, i.e. DePoche. And so it could be simply something as staff having a discussion or engaging conceptual ideas. We're not asking for any directive. We're not asking them to engage particular. At this point, we're just asking for a staff report to come back related to the subject lands and the adjacent lands and how they could be potentially paralleled moving forward.
Yes, that's essentially right, Acting Mayor Hall. Because I know that Eden Oak parcel's there, I'd hate us to get to the end of the exercise with two parcels and then be faced with a situation that the third parcel should have been included in some kind of overall plan. And I don't know, that may not be the case at all. I have no idea, but I just wanted staff to give a thought to, should we be including that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you have the spirit of the motion there, and then we had the amendment in terms of cost recovery, if there are no more questions, I am going to call the vote. Yes.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I want to defer to Manager Ayers. I think we have no business talking about a piece of property that's already well underway in planning doing its thing, I think that we could get ourselves into some trouble. And I would move an amendment that the Eden Oak not be referred to at all in this motion.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. And that is that we're simply asking for staff to come back with a report as it relates to the lands that are specifically owned by the deputants tonight, and to provide us with direction as it relates to, is there an opportunity to run these lands in parallel with adjacent lands? If anything, I think we could even add lands. We could talk about the lands to the south that are in Clearview Township. But I think that these are they're moving parts, and we should look at all the moving parts at the same time. In that respect.
I don't know if I have a seconder for my amendment or not.
Councillor Madigan, you're seconding that?
Yep.
Okay, so we've had a lot of discussion. I'm going to first call the question on the amendment, and then I am going to immediately move to the motion. So the amendment, and Councillor MacLeod, you correct me, is that you are striking the reference to Eden Oak from the motion that has already been tabled by Councillor Hamlin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. I'm going to call the question then. Those in the affirmative of striking the words Eden Oak in the affirmative, please vote. Those against? Thank you, and that's defeated. I'm immediately going to call the question then. So I've got Councillor Hamlin, Councillor Jeffrey as mover and seconder, and those in the affirmative. And those opposed? And that is so noted. So it is carried and noted. Okay, thank you very much. So to Mr. Smith, to Mr. Marchenko, thank you for being here this evening, for traveling north to make your deputation, and safe travels back to the city tonight. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on then to agenda item number 5, which is staff reports. And I'll table the first one, and then I'll ask staff to present. Then I'll look for a mover and seconder and go forward. The first one, 5.1, is the CAO 2022-07 2022 Operational Plan Q1 Progress Report. Staff report CAO 2022-07 2022 Operational Plan Q1 Progress Report be received. And CEO Skinner, I think you were going to start, and then you were going to turn it over to staff to give us a presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just wait for the presentation to come up on your screen, which should happen momentarily. So each year, we've stated that we will bring forward a quarterly update to council on the operational plan. So this is Q1, that's January, February, and March, and then usually we'll do it the month after because we're not quite ready at that first week of April, so we're bringing it forward in May. Many kudos go to Shelby, the managers of each division, and the department head for implementing this process and keeping it up to date. And we really believe that an open dialogue about what's happening, giving lots of opportunity for council to ask any questions or note any considerations with how work has moved around is very important, and that the public is well informed. We all know that we win together, we plan together, we might lose some together, hopefully not, and we'll be thriving together moving forward. Next slide. So everything we do is based on our community vision, community-based plan vision. It's noted here on the slide, and it talks about healthy lifestyle, activities in beautiful and safe settings, active transportation, multi-generational, artful, animated waterfront, successful entrepreneurs, and then it talks about balancing and leveraging our core strengths, vibrant downtown and community, a healthy natural environment that's always attractive, extensive waterfront interconnected with the town, and our strong cultural and built heritage. And we know that when council's making decisions and when staff are putting forward things that we want to do, we're always keeping this vision in mind. Next slide, please. And so what we're thinking when we put together these long reports are things like, how do we provide an absolutely exceptional administrative management for the town so that we can properly support council and the achievement of the things that, that we want to do? And how do we take that strategic direction and make it feel real and make it connected? So this slide sets out notionally how we're thinking, that the vision you just saw is at the top. There's a few things that council has identified for transformation, and that's the first blue line, the things that we're trying to really change right now, not only deliver all the services, but really change and focus on these things. Transparent and accountable government, connections to the waterfront, et cetera. But we never want to forget that while council is leading transformation in those areas, we're also delivering all of the programs and services that happen every day. When someone shows up at the arena to go for their swim, or they drive on a trail, or they're getting their marriage license, there's a whole suite of things that happen all the time. And those are the programs and services that we deliver consistently. So there's 8 noted here. And if you go to the next slide, I'm going to go through those very briefly.
CEO Skinner, can I just jump in? Apologize. This is my error. I failed to mention that he left the table. Did Councillor Carrier come back? That's my fault.
Yes, he has.
He has. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you. So these really are part of getting our words totally understood between all of us at the staff side and the council side and the people who live and work and do have businesses in our town is our why. Why are we here? So the 8 of them include community development, supporting the community development that protects and leverages our core strengths that I mentioned briefly. Community development is not the cynical piece that many people will say about local municipalities where, you know, the more development you have, the more money you get. We essentially work, although we're not technically, as a not-for-profit, where you as council, of course, are dedicating every cent to the benefit of our community and leading that based on the community input. The second program is our arts, culture, and heritage, where we recognize and preserve the strength and diversity of our arts, culture, and heritage within the community. We're delivering a program of community access and mobility that's integrated and safe and accessible across multiple modes, specifically including active transportation. Next slide, please. The next 2 programs include environmental management, conservation, and sustainability, where we manage, mitigate, and improve the environmental impacts today and for the future. We're looking at an internal non-public support program of corporate support services, and this includes things like better customer service for the public. And the last 3 on the next slide include community safety, where the town is providing policing under a contract with the OPP that's paid for by residents and businesses under the leadership of our Police Services Board. Community health and well-being, where we want better physical and mental well-being across all demographics and all income levels. And finally, municipal governance and leadership, where we provide effective governance and administration for our town. Those are the 8 items that were set out in our Deloitte Services Review. And really, we have affordable housing emerging that potentially could be a new program. So we'll have to see where that goes. So another way to look at it on the next slide is that we have our vision at the top. It's supported by strategic transformations, those items in our strat plan that council's identified. And then the delivery of all of our town programs and services rounds out what's happening each year. And this operational plan update includes all the strategic plan transformations and program and services that meet the triggers to be in it. Individual staff deliver per their annual performance plans. And we hope that collectively the community experiences all the assets and services that are enabled by their investments, and that the performance reporting will inform council, staff, and the public of how close we are to meeting our vision. Now, I've got a few slides I'm going to go through very quickly and briefly. Next slide, please. And one of the things that we've been trying to do under our strategic plan is to build the community's confidence in the town and its administration, and that their land taxes and user fees are used in the best interests of the community collectively, with consideration of community consultation. So we've started to put together a number of the achievements that have happened this term, so in the past 3+ years. And that includes, on this slide, not only having all of our services delivered, we've successfully implemented a transparent lobbyist registry that other municipalities can use as a model, completed the judicial inquiry, followed up with things like the whistleblower policy, updated procurement and procedural bylaws, and we've championed those changes with other municipalities through the county, the province, and even some mention at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Next slide. Other achievements have included public input and an allocation of the proceeds from the sale of the hydro utility and airport, improvement in our financial health, particularly debt reduction, and we've been able to hold land taxes and changes remaining at or below inflation. And we've become a UN UEF, which is Urban Economy Forum frontrunner town on sustainable development. Next slide, please. The achievements in the past few years included moving forward on the grain terminals revitalization, and I would say please keep checking the media and our announcements, as we will have one coming up in the next few days about the short list of developers who have been okayed to move forward on bidding on the request for proposals on the grain terminals revitalization opportunity. And I'm also looking forward to the new activation of the waterfront, as we have a space in Harborview Park for watercraft and bike rentals moving forward. Next slide. The Economic Development Action Plan is into swing from 2020. We've invested in a business accelerator to help bring businesses from 3 to 10+ employees. If you have a business and you're not aware of this, please look them up. There's lots of supports out there for businesses, and been able to have temporary patios downtown that I think have really contributed to the activation of businesses, certainly through COVID in our downtown. Next slide. There's been the facilitation of a social services roundtable for South Georgian Bay with well over 40 participants. A traffic calming study and policy completed, the hiring of a climate change specialist, and an affordable housing task force championed by Council, which has led to the direction to hire a housing specialist, develop a housing master plan, and Council has already set aside about $350,000 to kickstart actions. Next slide. The Arts Centre feasibility study has been completed. We've embraced the Black Lives Matter and other demonstrations that prioritize diversity and inclusion, and our very unique Collingwood Unity Collective and Canada-wide support through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to empower the removal of hate symbols such as a Confederate flag. And we've incorporated COVID consideration and inclusion values to deliver new festivals, including the On the Water We Love and On the Land We Love. Next slide. The COVID pandemic recovery has included enforcing pandemic rules through our Collingwood Police and the town bylaw staff, and many policies have been updated, including one that I want to highlight around the Recreation Access Program, which is a policy that helps to fund recreation for those with limited incomes. If you're not aware of this and you think that your family could benefit, or you know someone who could benefit, please approach our Parks, Recreation and Culture Department, because we want everybody to be able to participate in recreation. Next slide. We've had to deal with drinking water constraints in an open and transparent and fair manner. There's been a transit service review that talked about on-demand and will implement on-demand business services for buses in 2022. We finally have the MOU between the BIA board and the town, and a Southern Georgian Bay Mayors and CAOs forum. And finally, indicating on the last slide that I'll speak to, there were updates to several master plans that indicate an era of renewal and vision setting has been underway within the town. And I mention all of these things not because they were happened in the Q1 of 2022, which is the report we're providing right now, but that the town continues to be relentless in driving forward the things that are good for the people of Collingwood. And it's easy to sometimes let these slide off the stage or slide away from awareness. And I want to not only set the stage for what Shelby Vacant will present to you now, but to let you know that the work each year is very important. And already within 2022, there's been a number of items achieved and some that have slipped to further in the year, and she'll provide you with that update. So without further ado, Shelby Vacant, who's been providing leadership on our operational plan through the past year or so. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, CAO Skinner. As previously noted, the operational plan is not a complete.
Let's stop you there, Shelby.
Yeah.
Can it be clearer? That's kind of muffled. Okay. Shelby, it wasn't very clear on this end.
Is that better now?
You hear?
Not much better, Shelby.
Do you want me to run up there?
Or would you like to come up to the council chambers and present directly?
Sure, I'll just be a minute.
Okay, we'll just take a pause while Shelby's coming up then. Thank you.
Of course, she's going to be out of breath, which will just be as bad, really, when she gets here. Poor thing.
This says something about COVID and the challenges that we face, not just here, but everywhere. But as Shelby's coming up, I've never met Shelby. You know, there's an example, like we've communicated, I don't know how many times via email, telephone, but this will be the first time. So.
So as previously noted, the operational plan is not a complete description of the work.
Shelby, sorry, you'll have to, they're very sensitive. You have to get right in your, yes. Thank you.
Is this better?
Perfect.
Okay. As previously noted, the operational plan is not a complete description of the work completed by town staff. And it is important to note that the large majority of the town's programs and services are not actually included in this, as it is ongoing work such as processing planning applications and maintaining streets. So this is a summary of what is actually included in the operational plan. So anything that is a council resolution that requires action by staff, has significant mention in the budget, or will need will need to go to council for a decision. And it also includes anything that has roughly over 3-person work weeks. And items that are out of scope for the operational plan include routine service delivery items, ongoing delivery of programs and services. Next slide. So why do we do this operational planning? In 2021, staff introduced an updated approach for operational planning to enhance collaborative intentions, cross-departmental supports, and improve the focus on town's overall priorities. The operational plan is a roadmap which provides transparency and communication to council and the community on the intentions and achievements. Slide, please. Staff have been very active so far in 2022 with actually 76 operational items completed in Q1, which compares to 43 operational items being completed in Q1 of 2021. And an additional 20 items have already been completed in Q2, and currently staff have 1 items in progress. Next slide. Appendix A of the staff report highlights the full summary of Q1. And the items displayed on the screen here are a high-level overview of the 76 items that were completed in Q1. So CAO Skinner previously mentioned, but one to highlight is ensured access to affordable recreation, boulevard beautification intentions set and started, town vehicle replacement, wastewater treatment sludge transfer pump replacements, as well as digester number 1 rehabilitation, the Collingwood Police building roof replacement, reestablished affordable housing task force with expanded membership, the grain terminals redevelopment, as CEO Skinner mentioned, the RFPQ was just completed, the waterfront parking updates free for residents, procedural bylaw updates, and the inclement weather policy. So several additional projects are near completion, but have moved from Q1 to Q2 timeframe. Next slide, please. The COVID-19 pandemic negatively impacted the supply chains, which has delayed delivery of our fire bunker gear and several of our vehicles. And additionally, projects have been reprioritized as a result of unavoidable delays due to staffing changes, timing constraints, and additional ad hoc projects being added to existing workloads for staff. And 40 unanticipated items were actually added to the operational plan as a result of council resolutions, new legislative requirements, or new ad hoc items, which were all added between February 2nd and April 26th. And overall, you'll see that there are 378 items included in the 2022 operational plan. And of those 378 items, 98 of those have already been completed by staff. Next slide. The operational plan shows council that council resolutions are being actioned while maintaining the independence of staff to determine how to deliver key work under the priorities and resources provided. And staff will continue to report quarterly progress reports to council. Next slide. And that actually concludes our presentation for today. So both CAO Skinner and myself are available for any questions you might have. Thanks.
So first, before I turn it over to the clerk to see if there's anyone in the audience, Shelby, we're working within a hybrid system, so thanks for working on the fly. Greatly appreciated. Clerk Almus, is there anyone from the audience or online that would have a question specific to this report?
Thank you, Chair Hall. The public is permitted to address the committee this evening regarding this staff report. If you'd like to speak, you have up to 5 minutes. Please press the raise your hand feature. And at this time, Chair Hall, there is no interest from the public to address the staff report.
Okay. And that'll be true of items 5.2 through 5.6 under staff reports. So, okay. Anyone from around the table have a question, comment? Please, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the chair to our CAO and perhaps, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your title already.
Executive Assistant.
Thank you.
CAO.
Executive Assistant Vacant. I'm just curious to know, because there's a couple of things that have sort of caught my eye in this report regarding the operational plan, and I'm trying to understand how it is that it gets decided where on the plan a council resolution lands. For example, number 1 on the list is from a council resolution that I'm pretty sure I seconded regarding an analysis of the facility at the pool and a report back to the standing committee on the building structure options and cost potential implications. And I remember this one particularly because it moved during the time when we were receiving, the judicial inquiry was actually having testimony about the pool and the sole sourcing that took place that got us it, and the concerns about the quality of the work that was done, and so on and so forth. And this was, before COVID. So more than 2 years ago, this was requested. And it says on it that the status says complete, although I'm assuming that complete, then through you, Chair Hull, to the CAO, complete means it's coming to a committee, the report's complete and it's coming to a committee. Is that the case? Or is that a question for the executive assistant?
I can take a stab at that one. When that direction was provided by council, we included the full review of the pool facility in the work that was being done for the update of the asset management plan. All the facilities were reviewed. If there hasn't been the report back to council yet, we should adjust that one before it comes back to council, and just note that we're out. The report back is outstanding, but the actual review work is complete.
Okay, thank you. And so that was more than 2 years ago that council resolution happened, and it is now number 1 on the list. But I believe prior to that council resolution coming forward, I brought forward a resolution which is now number 382 on the operational list, and is now expected in the first quarter of 2023. And so my question is, how does it get decided what thing gets done first? And how does it get decided what thing gets done first and what thing ends up being number 382 on the list?
Who would like to take that? Please.
So typically what we will do is to look at the items that council directs through the strategic plan and also the budget each year, to see the items that are funded and indicated by council are important. We do, when we bring things forward to council, hold several staff workshops to make sure that the managers and the department heads have provided their best advice on what should happen first. I can't remember what number. I don't think we've numbered the list specifically based on the numbers. Not as important as the 300 and whatever, as the quarter, of course, is, because it indicates when we're planning to do a particular piece of work. I'm not sure what item is the second one that you mentioned, and I don't even know if it's relevant for the response. But generally, what we want to do through this official plan is to give you the opportunity to ask questions like this, to say, why did this end up over there? And usually it's lower priority, it fits with other work, or it needs to follow a piece of work that is pushing it out. But we could reply on the specifics if you want to mention the item.
Thank you. So what you're saying is that staff decides unless it's very clear in the resolution, or if it's part of a budget discussion. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we usually look at what's a priority and how the best benefit for the municipality in our estimation can be achieved. Yes.
Super. Thank you very much. My other question, and it was already answered, but for the benefit of members of this committee, I asked earlier today how it is that we have, and this question is through the chair to our Director of Public Works, and I know she can answer it because she already did, which is we have on the operational plan some discussion regarding bus shelters, and I'm just curious to know from a dovetailing point of view how it is that our on-demand bus service that we are embracing this summer will have an impact on future purchases of bus shelters. Through the chair.
Director Slama.
Thank you. Good evening. Through you to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. So the item for bus shelters is an annual budget allotment that we place annually within the budgets. And to Deputy Mayor McLeod's point, since we are looking at a change in service delivery this year, we are not currently looking to replace or add an additional bus shelter. So that, sorry, I didn't say that that budget amount could be used to either install a new bus shelter or replace an existing one if it needed to be replaced based on its condition. And so the intention is to determine our new service provider, and we're going to be working through that process over the next couple of months, and then work with them towards the implementation of the on-demand service for transit. And as we determine, how that transition is going to happen, then that will help us identify if we will be needing additional bus shelters, which we anticipate. But also currently at this time, we are contemplating that it will be some form of transition into the on-demand platform rather than a straight ceasing our conventional routes and going straight to on-demand. So we anticipate needing and using the existing bus shelters that we do have out throughout the community. And we'll be able to make use of that budget amount.
Super. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thanks, Director Slama. Is there anyone else that would like to ask or pose questions? Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you very much, Chair Hull. So this is quite a report, and it's quite staggering, and I think it is an important tool for staff to ensure that they are delivering on what council is directing and what the community needs. And I do understand Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod's question in terms of once council does a resolution and turns it over to staff, unless we stay on top of these items, we lose our influence or our desire as to the priority within the process. So I think it's really important when we get these reports that we do go through them, and if we do feel as a council that our priority isn't being understood, that we should bring it to the attention of the CAO. One of the comments I read in the staff report was that how much council had accomplished this term of council, and with obviously a lot of staff support. But I found it very difficult in this report, if I were a resident, to understand without reading a whole lot as to what was important to me and what was accomplished. And I'm wondering, moving forward with our communications new person, and we can find a way to communicate more easily. And I do appreciate the presentations that were made this evening, because I think they were better for residents to understand overall. And I'm thinking of things like adding the parking to Harborview Park, what a great difference that made in that location. But this is very difficult for a resident unless they want to read all those 382. And it really doesn't translate well, I think, for residents to understand how much it is we have accomplished. So I think I'm just looking for a different format, because I think it's different for staff and council as opposed to trying to a message to the residents. So that was my comment. I mean, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot to juggle, but recognizing that we have a really important communication to make with the residents on what council has accomplished this term. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. One of the items, or part of the staff report, addresses the status of a few items. And of course, I've lost it now. But in any event, it was on page 5, and it was the Harborview Splash Pad Water Park. And it indicates that the project's been deferred for a year, and that staff will be coming back to council for some thoughts on proceeding. And my comments tonight are for staff in terms of when they bring the report back. And here are my comments. I think that our families have been waiting a long time for something that I think they think is a simple splash pad. And this has evolved to be a major project, more in what I would call a water park. And I would hope when staff's looking at this, if they could think about whether we could scale back this project to be a water park for what the families want. And it's not just a question of cost. One of the things that's been on my mind has been this project started before the pandemic. And what we saw, of course, in our town was so many people coming to our waterfront from other communities. And whereas at the time the waterfront master plan was done, it was thought we needed a world-class waterfront and recreational facilities to attract, tourists. I'm afraid now that even without these world-class facilities, we've experienced what it's like to have that attention. And maybe it's not what we want. Maybe we don't want a beautiful water park that's going to clog up our waterfront and with people coming. Because although that wonderful additional parking that Councillor Jeffries mentioned is there, when I look at it, some days when I'm down there, it's full. And it's been the winter and spring when the waterfront isn't used very much. So these are sort of big thoughts I've been having, and I just really wanted to make the comments for staff's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, and noted. Is there anyone else that would like to offer a comment, question? Councillor Madigan, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hall. I appreciate the time to ask. The only thing that I would do with the comments is I appreciate all my other colleagues' comments. This is such a huge report, as Councillor Jeffrey said, and it's hard for people to keep up with this. If maybe we can put on this, and maybe to dovetail off what Councillor McLeod said, when these were asked for. So then people can go through it and then they can maybe reach out to their favorite councillor and say, why hasn't this been started? Why hasn't it been done? And it might give us a little bit better way to answer them and not bog up staff's time. I want to congratulate staff with all the things that they have accomplished, because it seems every meeting we're adding more and more and more and more to the plate. So good for you guys for getting this done. But I think if we as councillors and the public could see how long something's been there, then they might be able to get an explanation of why. And there's a lot of duplicate things in here that do go hand in hand. So maybe even referring to, 322 actually goes hand in hand with 222, and that's why they haven't been started or they're in progress. So then it can show that maybe there's 15 things that will be done with one report rather than leaving them empty. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Madigan. Is there anyone else that would like to offer comment, question? Okay. So thoughtful consideration and comment made to staff, and thank you for the thorough report this evening on the operational plan Q1. And I have read it, but I'll read it again for the sake of putting it into the record, ask for a mover and seconder, and then call the question. So again, staff report, CAO 2022-07, 2022 Operational Plan Q1 Progress Report be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? I've got Councillor McLeod and Councillor Madigan, and all those in the affirmative. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Carrier, I forgot to mention that you had recused yourself. I forgot to mention that you had brought yourself back. I appreciate that you're on the ball, and it speaks to your track record. Thank you, sir.
Your Worship, I've sat in that chair. I understand how keeping track of everything sometimes can be chaotic. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. So that said, we're going to now move on to the second item, 5.2, and I'll read it through, and then we're going to look to clerk services, and in particular, our clerk to provide the following. And that is that staff report C 2022-19 preparation in the event the mayor's seat becomes vacant be received, and further that council recommend the following process if mayor's seat becomes vacant. And the options are: 1, appoint the deputy mayor, and there are 2 below that. A, appoint to occur prior to July 26th. B, appoint to occur after July the 26th. 2, seek interest from all current members of council. And again, there are 2 options. A, appoint to occur prior to July 26th. B, to appoint to occur after July the 26th. 3, to invite applications from any interested qualified elector to be considered for the vacancy. Number 4 is appoint an eligible candidate from the most recent municipal election, 2018, or an eligible candidate that was previously elected to the same office or another office from a previous term of council. And 5, appoint any other qualified individual who consents to the appointment. And with that, I'll turn it over to Clerk Almas to provide us with the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hull. So we do have a brief PowerPoint presentation that we'll share this evening. So we'll go to the first slide. So again, we are in this process. As of April 20th, Mayor Saunderson's taken his leave of absence to focus on his campaign. The Deputy Mayor Hull is our acting mayor. Councillor McLeod is our acting deputy mayor. Councillor Madigan is our alternate for our county council representative. And Councillor Dory is the alternate to the acting mayor and the acting deputy mayor should they both be absent. And again, the provincial election is looking to take place on June the 2nd. And this part of the flow chart, that was part of the staff report indicates basically where we're at today in the process. Should we look at the various options presented and their impacts related to timing. So if we can go to our next slide. So again, this is the recommendation that we left it. Again, this is an optional report. We're leaving this to council to make the decision on how you would like to see should a vacancy occur if the mayor happens to be elected for as our local riding member of provincial parliament. And we are recommending the deputy mayor be appointed to the mayor's seat in the event the mayor's seat becomes vacant. Again, the deputy mayor ran with the understanding that responsibilities are required to fill in the absence of the mayor. They are elected to the position of deputy mayor by the voters of the town of Collingwood. And they are also aware that they sit and serve as a county councillor for the duration of the term. And again, as previously read out, the other options are electing from current members of council as a whole, seeking interest, or inviting applications from interested qualified electors for the vacancy, or looking at a direct appointment. And there's various opportunities for direct appointment. If we go to our next slide. So this is the full flow chart that was provided as part of the staff report, and I'll be focusing on each piece. So we'll go to our next slide. So basically, as of June 2nd, by presenting this report to our standing committee tonight and council in May, we're able to be proactive in the event a vacancy occurs. And the recommended option that staff had put forward, appointing the deputy mayor to fill the vacant head of council seat, should that occur, next steps would be the deputy mayor's seat would then be declared vacant and filled by an internal or external appointment. And if filled internally, a councillor seat would then become vacant and may require to be filled if declared vacant before July 26. And again, the reason why the date July 26 is significant is council is not required to replace a vacant seat 90 days prior to election day, and that election day is October 24th. So again, that is discretionary. Council may still choose to fill a vacancy following that, should council decide, but is not mandatory. So again, if we appoint the deputy mayor as mayor to backfill, if we go internal before July 26th, the councillor position to be filled from the public candidate, or after July 26th, a councillor position could remain vacant. Backfilling the deputy mayor position, if we do an external candidate to backfill the deputy mayor position, that would end at that public appointee, as there would be no further vacant positions on council. Option number 2, electing from current members of council to fill the head of council seat. And again, this actually could be a call amongst all members, including the deputy mayor. Next steps would be to call for nominations amongst council. Considered at the meeting, a councillor seat would then become vacant and required to be filled if declared vacant prior to July 26. Council will need to decide how they wish the appointed member's former seat to be filled. And again, you can choose by direct appointment or call for public interest. And this is the diagram again depicting if it happens before July 26 or after July 26. And as indicated earlier, the councillor position could remain vacant, or council could decide to fill it within that 90-day period before the election. Option number 3. This is inviting applicants from any interested qualified elector to be considered for the vacancy. This process would allow eligible electors to submit an application to the clerk of their interest in filling the vacancy for the head of council. A call to the public for applications could be undertaken based on the approved procedure that was outlined in the previous report that was presented this year, C 2022-02, and a bylaw appointing the successful candidate would be passed once the applications have been considered by council and a candidate has been selected. And again, it would end, if council decided to go with this option, it would end as soon as a public member was appointed, as there would be no further vacant seats remaining on council. And option 4, and basically we've kind of combined option 4 and 5 that was provided the report. And again, this is appointing an eligible candidate. So we could use, for example, council could call for interest or recommend direct appointment, and the direct appointment in this circumstance would mean a special meeting of council required to consider the applicants in closed session, after which time the clerk would contact the candidate to ensure that he or she is still eligible and seek acceptance of the appointment from the candidate prior to being named at a public meeting, and a bylaw appointing the successful candidate would be passed. Next slide. And again, these are the recommended actions. And depending on council's decision this evening, if a councillor seat does become vacant as a result of the decision, council will again have to decide whether they would like to fill the councillor seat prior to the July 26 or after July 26. And we would put forward a recommendation in the amendments when this staff report comes forward on May the 16th with the options for that, rather than confusing the discussion today. All right, next slide.
Thank you, Clerk Almas. So today's the May 2nd. So if I'm the purple square and Councillor McLeod is the yellow square, if we went back to the first slide, can you walk through again how you move those pieces on the board to get us where we're supposed to be? Is there anyone in the audience or online who would first like to ask a question of your report?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Again, if you wish to speak to the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen.
Please, Mr. Fryer, come forward.
Tim Fryer, 75 Georgian Manor Drive. Acting Mayor Hull and members of council, I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you on this latest consideration of a pending vacancy situation. It isn't the same situation as back in January, as there was no opportunity to speak between the two council meetings. So at that time, as you know, I emailed council right away that I would be willing to fill the vacancy in what could, in my opinion, have been a fairly seamless transition. I made this offer partly to have a recognized vote as I continued to honor my commitment to the 2018 voters who supported me, but also because major matters like the New Tech Water Agreement and completing the official plan, ceasing the ICBL, appeared to be close to a decision-making stage. My extensive background and keen interest were a perfect fit for the expected requirements in making decisions on those matters. Another major reason, though, was it appeared that council was facing possibly 3 positions that they would need to be filling in the coming months. I felt it would be of assistance to council if they knew that I was willing, and I actually still do. Regarding this second case, I want to let council know that I continue to be ready to step forward if it's deemed best. Based on my understanding, since it involves the provincial election, it obviously may not be necessary, but council must prepare for the possibility. So I wanted to make sure that council knew the option was still an alternative. That being said, it is also my understanding, based on the staff report and the recent comments from council, that consideration of not placing any burden on next council is now, as it should be, a major factor in any future decision-making. So having this in mind, and as the report projects, there's really only a few meetings and a recess period within that lame duck period. So it's recognized the major needs are different for this current situation. I was going to close off with those points, and then one other comment. I plan, of course, to consider the comments of council we'll be making during your deliberations on this. My earlier input I provided to council after the first process ended will also be reconsidered, and then I will plan to make any further suggestions on the matter as necessary. Thank you. I'll just ask then, typically I'd sign a document for the clerk. That's okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Fryer, for your comments this evening. And I will say this, Mr. Fryer, I will extend a hand in the sense that from an historical context, in the last, say, 20 years that I've been in the community, there have been 2 departures. And in that time, council chose a manner in which to proceed to fill the vacancy. And this council chose to go in a direction that was contrary to what you were hoping. And I compliment you for the way that you have handled yourself in terms of, graciously accepting the way that we chose to go in that regard. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And when I provided my input, that was what I was trying to do. It was constructive input, not meant to be disruptive.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So if there are no other questions, comments from the audience, so again, I read this through and then I read all of the options again. I'll open it up for question, comment from the floor. I'll put it back on the table to look for a mover and a seconder. And of course, that mover and seconder will be looking to put forward actually a recommendation. So go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I don't have any comments. I appreciate the clerk's thorough explanation, and I would be willing to move option 1 as recommended.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments? Then Councillor Carrier.
Excuse me, thank you. I wasn't sure when I read the report, what's the rush? Personally, I'd rather wait to see what happens June 2nd and have this matter come back before us after we know the outcome of the provincial election and make a decision then. It's going to give us, well, it's going to give me at least another few weeks to watch all of you. I've only been back a short period of time and would like to keep observing the interactions amongst all of you before we make a recommendation, but that will be a decision of council. So I'm more than happy to actually request a deferral to the June SIC meeting, followed by a council meeting at that point. Thank you.
Okay. So a motion to defer has been put on the table. And is there a seconder to defer that? Councillor McLeod. Then I will call the question. And I'm just going to call the question, or sorry, I'm going to ask the clerk. I find myself in an awkward situation in the sense that I sit in a particular chair and would want to vote in a particular way. I'm okay to vote.
That is correct.
Thank you. So we have a question of deferral. And that said, I'll call the vote. Those in the affirmative? I have 2, those opposed. And that is defeated. Thank you. Councillor Parman?
You must have been a little psychic there.
I can't hear you.
I didn't quite have my card ready to go. I'm happy to support recommendation 1 when it gets on the floor. My only question is, I think contrary maybe to what Councillor Carrier said is I would say, what's the delay? So if, because this is based on a hypothetical situation, if I don't know how to address him. If Brian is elected on June the 2nd, I know there's some process where he doesn't actually have the job until a few days later when it appears in a ledger or something like that. So I don't need a clarification, just the nod that I'm in the right ballpark. I would feel that at whatever in the history of Collingwood that it's been deemed that there should be 9 people at this table, that we act as quickly as possible to do that. So I'm totally in favor of appointing the deputy mayor, but I would want the deputy mayor appointed ASAP after whatever that date is. So I don't know procedurally if that can be done. I'd love to maybe make the recommendation point A, appoint prior to July 26th, to appoint it within 1 week of when the ledger comes out. We have a meeting, we vote, end of story. I think it's in the best interests of all of the residents of Collingwood to have a full council table.
Thank you. Through you to the clerk. And just before, what is the specific language that he's referring to in terms of the document that would acknowledge the election result?
Thank you, Chair Hall. What Councillor Berman is referring to is, even though if the mayor gets appointed or elected to the Simcoe riding as MPP, it is not, the seat is not declared vacant until council cannot declare the seat vacant until first we either receive a notice of resignation from the mayor, or it is published in the Ontario Gazette. So there could be circumstances where a recount may be a requirement, and in that instance, then it could not be declared vacant until that recount has concluded and the successful applicant identified, and then the notice of resignation would actually most likely occur prior to it being posted in the Ontario Gazette, because I believe that takes at least 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I guess my question would be, is there any reason that we couldn't put the wording in, if it's the will of council, that on option 1A, that it's within X amount of time from it being declared vacant, as opposed to the June 26th? So this council is going to act to fill the seat and appoint the deputy mayor, if that's the will of council, within a week after it becomes official. Is there any not downside? Is there anything procedurally that wouldn't allow that?
So just to clarify, it's July 26th.
July, sorry.
Yeah, please.
Certainly, through the chair to Councillor Berman. So the preference for the recommendation this evening, if I would like a decision on if you're choosing either option 1 or 2, to actually choose 1A or 1B or 2A or 2B. So if that could be the motion that's put on the floor, and as indicated in the staff report, the first meeting that the council could declare it vacant, should we be in a position to do so, would be June the 20th. However, if council would like to hold a special meeting and you would like to note that as part of the resolution, that'd be appointment to occur prior to July 26th, and as soon as possible, once the seat is declared vacant by special meeting of council, we could definitely add that as well.
Okay.
If that can be a friendly amendment.
Yeah. Were there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Doherty, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I would normally be in agreement with Councillor Berman that we should appoint a mayor as soon as possible, and then consider the appointment of another individual to backfill that position. But given that we are going to be so very close to our lame duck period, and then after that to the actual election, it seems to me that the process could wind up being disruptive as opposed to advantageous. And so my feeling is I would support option A, the recommended option, but with an appointment after July 26th, meaning that there would be no appointment of a council position to replace. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarity, that would actually be B after the 26th. So, Councillor Hamlin, did you have your card? Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I agree with Councillor Doherty that that it would be, I think it would be, I don't know, difficult to bring in another councillor for the last, someone new to the last 4 meetings of council before the election. And I think the staff report also references 6 committee meetings that would be held. You would, if option 1 was to be voted on in the affirmative, you would just continue as the acting position of the mayor until after July 26 under option 1B, and then you would become the mayor in that meeting sometime in August, presumably. And I think that gets us all that we need from my perspective, that you would continue in that position. And certainly it always seemed to me that the deputy mayor is the one who should be moving up to the mayor position if the mayor's not here. So that all just makes sense to me. But it doesn't make sense to me for us to be trying to break in a new councillor in the dying days of our term. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Clerk Almas, please.
Certainly, I should further clarify that question as well. As indicated in the, I guess they're pink-filled slides that address the backfill of the deputy mayor position. There is, if council agrees to appoint the deputy mayor to fill the vacant seat prior to July 26, council would then have the option to fill the deputy mayor seat, and you can choose to fill the deputy mayor seat after July 26th that would not require you to fill and have a full complement of council. So if another member of council is appointed to the deputy mayor seat, that appointment could take place or be declared and the appointment take place after July 26th, which would again not require you to fill the vacant seat of the councillor.
Okay. So we've had an opportunity, I think, to go around the table, and I haven't seen anyone go further down the line in terms of the various options. Councillor Jeffrey, you were looking at option 1, and then just to clarify, were you looking at A or B? And did you have a seconder for that? Councillor Berman? Okay. And I joked, but I was, I was kidding. But it is complex in the sense that there are a lot of moving parts. So before I call the vote, I'll just pause to make sure that everybody is clear as to what they are voting on. Yes, Councillor MacLeod.
I actually have a question about the report, and I'm curious to know why it is that in staff report C 2022-11, which is how I ended up as acting deputy mayor, that isn't the same process that we're thinking of following here. How can I understand the thinking there?
Certainly, that could have been an option. The reason in the staff report number 11 provided by Clerk Services, it was based on the county councillor alternate, fulfills the duties as the highest elected councillor for the role of the deputy mayor, hence why that was an easier decision. The decision why it wasn't identified it as an option, it could be placed on the floor this evening, is that council or the public elected the deputy mayor to fill the role of the deputy mayor position that would be fulfilling any sort of absence during the term should the mayor not be able to act. All members of councillors were elected under the same premise and not judging on who was elected highest or lowest. We felt it was a more unbiased approach to put it forward in this sense.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Hamlin.
I have a question through you to the clerk. So is the difference between 1A and 1B solely that whether or not we replace a person in this council chamber?
My apologies, through the chair. Can you repeat your question, Chair or Councillor?
Yeah, I'm just
Hamlin?
trying to hone in on the difference between 1A and 1B so that I vote correctly. And I had thought, so you'll hear where my confusion comes in, that if it was 1B, we wouldn't have to replace someone at the council table, you know, by, you know, filling a council seat from outside of council, but that under 1A, we would. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I read.
Sorry. So if I
Yeah, please.
Sorry, there is that caveat to it, as I indicated before, that if the seat is filled before July 26, you have a vacant seat on council that has to be filled, and it's a deputy mayor's position. So then council, if council would like to have a councillor appointed to the deputy mayor position, then you don't have to declare that position for the councillor's vacancy doesn't have to occur until after July 26. So you could appoint a councillor to the deputy mayor after July 26 and not have to fill that vacancy.
Okay. So I've read in the report, and then we have a mover in Councillor Jeffrey. We have a seconder in Councillor Berman, specific to option number 1. Appointment of the mayor, of the deputy mayor, and further A, appointment to occur prior to July 26. Is that correct, Councillor Jeffrey? Councillor Berman, that's correct? Okay. So with that said, I will then call the question, all those in the affirmative to what I've just read. Okay. Those opposed? And I'm seeing four cards, so we've got a tie, so that's defeated. Okay. So if somebody would like to put something forward, Councillor MacLeod.
I'll move 1B rather than 1A.
Okay, and do you have a seconder for that?
I believe I do.
Okay. I think in the sake, given the fact that we are splitting hairs between A and B, we've had discussion as to the merits between the two. I don't think that there's any clarification between the two. So with that said, again, it's the same report that I've already read in. We now have on the table option 1, appoint the deputy mayor. B, appointment to occur after July 26th, moved by Councillor MacLeod, seconded by Councillor Madigan. And I will call the question. Those in the affirmative. And that has carried, but those against or opposed, and it is so noted. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Clerk Almus, thank you. So we now move to 5.3, and again, I'll read it in. C 2022-20 CGI follow-up. That staff report C 2022-20 CGI follow-up bylaw for position of mayor and CAO be received, and that council enact and pass a bylaw to amend the procedural bylaw specific to the role of the mayor as provided in Appendix A to this report, and further, council enact and pass a bylaw for the purpose of establishing the duties, roles, and responsibilities of the chief administrative officer as provided in Appendix B to this report. And is that through you again, Clerk Almus? Great. Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Hall. So we have a brief presentation for you this evening. So again, the staff report is a follow-up to the final report that was prepared by Associate Chief Justice Frank Morocco as part of the inquiry. We'll go to our next slide. the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, and I do note actually throughout this report and later within this presentation, it's the acronym that we generally use is CJI. The final report included 306 recommendations. Two of the recommendations were to ensure that the position, roles, and responsibilities of the mayor and CAO were established by bylaw with clearly defined expectations, ethical standards, and a separation of political and administrative roles. And this report recommends the needed bylaw and bylaw amendments to achieve that outcome. Next slide. Council and staff have made a commitment to achieving full value from the investment of the Judicial Inquiry recommendations, including implementation of as many recommendations as possible. At the time of the one-year anniversary report back to Council in November 2021, 215 of the recommendations that do not involve powers that Collingwood has ability to act on, such as provincial legislation changes, have been implemented. And again, that's authorities that they do not have ability to make changes on. The annual report, the 2022 budget, and respective business plans identified the remaining recommendations to be completed in 2022, which included preparing bylaws for the mayor, chief administrative officer to better define the roles and responsibilities within the municipal corporation. And I should note, I referenced the 215 as I will actually amend this report to provide a clear indication of how many have been accomplished since then, because this report came back before the changes to the procurement bylaw, before the code of conduct was finalized, and a recent changes to the lobbyist registrar, though I think we're pretty on target to seeing most of the recommendations implemented as indicated in 2022. Next slide. So first we do the analysis for the recommendations pertaining to the position of the mayor. Collingwood has relied on the Municipal Act, the Procedural Bylaw, and various policies to set out the duties and expectations of the mayor as well as the Chief Administrative Officer. With respect to the mayor in particular, the Associate Chief Justice stated that misunderstanding flowed, at least in part, from the description of the Municipal Act 2001 of the head of council in the town of Collingwood, the mayor, as the Chief Executive Officer of the municipality. The role and responsibilities of head of council differ from those of a corporate chief executive officer in a meaningful way. The head of council does not have the same powers as a CEO of a corporation. More specifically, unlike a corporate CEO, the head of council does not have the power to commit the municipality to anything unilaterally. Our next slide. These are the specific recommendations as noted in the final report that pertain to the position of mayor. So recommendation number 3, Collingwood should set out in a bylaw its expectations concerning the mayor. Specifically, it should provide that the mayor demonstrate leadership to council members regarding compliance with ethical policies and codes of conduct, as well as relevant bylaws and town policies. It should also state that integrity and transparency in municipal government should be a priority for the mayor. Again, the mayor should intervene when he or she becomes aware of uncivil conduct at council meetings, at committee meetings, or in other work-related circumstances. And the mayor should be involved in hiring of the CAO. The next recommendations on our next slide, recommendation number 6. Although the relationship between the mayor and CAO should be one of trust and collaboration, there may be instances where the division between the political role of the mayor and the public service role of the CAO is unclear. Accordingly, there should be a mechanism for resolving such issues between the mayor and the CAO. Our next slide addresses the recommendations that we're putting forward. So we're looking at doing an amendment to the current procedural bylaw, section 3.1D. And the original 3.1D was simply, the language says, to provide leadership to the council. And we are recommending an amendment to that section to say to demonstrate and provide leadership to the council, including compliance with ethical policies and the code of conduct, as well as relevant bylaws and town policies, with an understanding that integrity and transparency in municipal government is a priority for the mayor and all of council. And again, this ties in 3 actually recommendations of the Justice, Associate Justice's recommendations from that final report into this one item. In addition to that, we're recommending an additional believe it is 4 other provisions be included to address the remaining items. So M would be added, and that would include the mayor should intervene when they become aware of uncivil conduct at council meetings, at committee meetings, and in other work-related circumstances. In our procedural bylaw, we do have a specific section that follows the section related to the mayor that also provides direction pertaining to the chair. So there does appear to be some duplication, but we think that this is important because this is not only the mayor's role as it becomes his duties and responsibilities or hers with the position as chair of a meeting, but throughout any meeting or any matter in other work-related circumstances, the mayor should intervene when they become aware of this uncivil conduct. N, we're suggesting the mayor should be involved in the hiring of the chief administrative officer. Again, actually, as long as I've been with the town of Collingwood, the mayor has always been involved in that process. However, we've solidified that within the recommendations of the procedure bylaw. Next slide. The 2 other additions that we're recommending to the procedure bylaw is O, to ensure the relationship with the chief administrative officer is one of trust and collaboration. There may be instances where the division between the political role of the mayor and the public service role of the CAO is unclear, and the mechanism for resolving such issues between the mayor and the CAO should be public and transparent. The reference that we're using to this mechanism, and again, it would depend specifically on what the circumstance is, but in accordance with our whistleblower policy, any investigation into the CAO's action is actually undertaken by a third party. So again, if it requires a third party investigation to resolve that issue, first of all, it would be addressed by council, generally in camera, and if there's any sort of rise and report that would be provided by the mayor that would indicate a matter has been resolved between the understanding of the political and the administrative role of the CAO. And P, we've added this section, the mayor shall provide leadership to all members of council. I think I have that duplicate, to all members of council in respecting the separation between elected members on council and staff. And this actually, we pulled this out because we believed it was a bit of an error within, I shouldn't say an error, it was not identified, it was identified within the CAO's recommendations, but it was not identified within the mayor's recommendations. In the recommendations, as we'll get to, related to the CAO, it notes that the CAO has the authority over all members of staff, and we have modified this provision to say the mayor does not have authority over members of council, but they shall continue to provide leadership to members of council in respecting that separation of duties between the elected members and staff. Next slide. The CAO, there was a number of recommendations related to the CAO. Number 72, that the town of Collingwood should establish in a bylaw the position of chief administrative officer and must appoint a person to that position. This bylaw could define and describe the roles and responsibilities of the CAO at the town of Collingwood. So unlike the amendments that are required for the position of the mayor, in reference to the material that was provided in the final report of the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, roles pertaining to the mayor were identified in a bylaw, and they were identified in the reference material within the procedural bylaw, whereas items related to establishing a bylaw for the CAO actually referenced individual standalone bylaws pertaining to the position of CAO. Recommendation number 73, as head of public service, the chief administrative officer shall have clear responsibilities and accountability managing the administration of the town, which must be described fully in the bylaw. The bylaw should state that the chief administrative officer has a responsibility to provide impartial advice to council. It should also state that the CAO has the ultimate responsibility for the accuracy and information that is presented to council. Next slide. Recommendation 78, the bylaw must state the chief administrative officer must have the authority to direct staff at the town of Collingwood and ensure that staff respect the separation between elected members on council and staff. It is the role of the CAO, not the mayor or other members of council, to direct staff. Number 79, the bylaw should state that the chief administrative officer is responsible for leading and fostering a culture rooted in the highest ethical standards for staff at the town of Collingwood. 2 more recommendations. On the next slide, there should be training for the new chief administrative officer at the town of Collingwood on roles and responsibilities of the position, codes of conduct and policies on ethical obligations, town bylaws and relevant statutes such as the Municipal Act and Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And number 3, a process for complaints regarding the chief administrative officer should be established. Such complaints should be reported to the Integrity Commissioner. And as noted within the staff report, that I believe it may be further reiterated in my next slide or 2, but we did contact the Integrity Commissioner for the town of Collingwood, and the Integrity Commissioner was very clear that their role and obligation is respect to the political side of things. They are responsible for addressing complaints related to council, as well as our committees and boards, and do not intervene should it be a staff related to a complaint regarding staff, in which that would be referred to a whistleblower policy or the other policies that we do have established through our human resources. So our next slide is our recommendation. Unlike the duties of the mayor being provided for in the procedural bylaw, it is best practice that a separate and specific bylaw be implemented for the duties, roles, and responsibilities of the chief administrative officer. Such a bylaw does necessitate an update to various policies that may not be consistent with the CAO establishing bylaw, which requires authority to amend, including the delegated authority bylaw, which is number 2020-059 with respect to administrative matters. Staff recommend utilizing the basis of the town of Caledon's bylaw, which has recently been approved and is comprehensive in nature. And again, the reference material from the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry included as a reference to an appropriate CAO bylaw, either the town of Collingwood or the town of Caledon's bylaw. The town of Caledon's bylaw is a newer bylaw. I believe it was passed 2019 or earlier 2020, and addresses a number of the items that were prescribed in the various recommendations from Justice Frank Morocco. Examples of administrative policies would include, for example, our electronic signature policy. Earlier today, we approved the disconnect from work policy. That could be something that could be delegated to the chief administrative officer if the bylaw is passed this evening. Room booking policies. I can give you an example as well. It might be prudent for a corporate policy versus an administrative policy that's within my bailiwick that might be helpful in understanding that division of responsibilities. So a municipality is required to have a records retention policy. And again, that's a corporate policy that includes schedules on retention timelines, and that would be the role of council to approve such bylaw and establish such policies. But you're able to have administrative policies in place with respect to items such as routine disclosure versus items that may be, for example, filed under an FOI. We could have policies in place, and actually we do have one drafted at the moment, rather than having all individuals go through the FOI process, to have a routine disclosure that would identify the information that could be readily provided without having to do an FOI process. Other council policies that would be totally required and under the authority of council include significant items such as your land disposition policies, as well as other, shouldn't say minor, but less significant than a land disposition policy is you're responsible for any policies that affect you as members of council. For example, your professional development and your discretionary expense policy. Next slide. So staff incorporated clear language to address the CJI recommendations, such as the impartial and accurate advice to council, the authority to direct staff of the town of Collingwood and ensure that staff respect the separation between elected members on council and staff, the chief administrative officer responsible for leading and fostering a culture rooted in the highest ethical standards for staff of the town of Collingwood, and a process for complaints regarding the chief administrative officer. As indicated earlier, the issues pertaining to the integrity commissioner, which we would actually apply the provisions of the whistleblower policy or other HR policies related to dispute resolution. And our next slide. And it's the final, the recommendation that we're presenting to you this evening for consideration. Next slide.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Almas. So again, through you, I'll look to the gallery and to those online if there's anybody that would like to ask a question specific to this report.
Thank you, Chair Hall. And if you're interested in addressing the standing committee, please press the raise your hand feature.
Mr. Fryer?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Just one reflection, and it actually isn't in the report, and it wouldn't be because it wasn't part of the purview of the commissioner. There's no mention about an exit interview process with the CEO who's leaving. And back in my term, we had that situation happen and we didn't go through an exit interview process. I think it's important to do that. So it's just a reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted?
Noted.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody from the table? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Hall. So these two recommendations the two pieces are extremely important and interdependent. And I see that while the clerk has contacted the Integrity Commissioner in terms of some specific pieces to it, I think that for me to consider, I would prefer to have it reviewed by either legal or an HR specialist or something, just to be sure that we are accomplishing what it is we're setting out to accomplish per the recommendations of Justice Morocco. And I'm not sure where we're at with the staff code of conduct in terms of referring to another bylaw with respect to ethical policies and staff's code of conduct. I'd like to assure all our ducks in a row for all of the pieces. And it would just be an extra step that I would feel more comfortable. I know there will probably be some other questions, but I would feel more comfortable asking those questions after it had been reviewed. I see a bit of a conflict in terms of putting a policy in place that will impact the CAO, who is the very head of our whole organization, and maybe some discrepancies in terms of the times where the CAO is to interact directly with the mayor, even though the mayor doesn't have the power for all of council. It's all of council that decides. So I want to make sure that we have dotted our I's and crossed the T's in this. And if my other colleagues agree, I would like that extra step to be sure.
Okay. Is there anyone else around the table that would like to? Councillor MacLeod?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions on this one. Number one on my list of questions is regarding item 8 when it comes to the CAO provisions in the appendix. And I'm just going to make sure that I bring it up here so that I'm quoting it correctly, which is, so it's under part 2, item number 8, to assist the council to discharge its responsibilities and in a nonpartisan manner to aid council members to carry out their duties. And I wonder if someone can define nonpartisan for me? Through you, Chair Hall.
Clerk Almas, would you like to?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Hall. I believe the point of this component of the recommendation, the amendment, or the inclusion on this Schedule A is to ensure that it's a non-biased approach to providing their assistance in aiding the council in carrying out their duty. I don't know if the CAO has any further comments.
I would interpret that to include that every council member receives the same types and extent of support should they wish it.
Councillor McLeod?
So I would suggest, and I will be supporting Councillor Jeffrey's motion if she were to bring it, that we refer this to legal. I would like to, in addition to that, change that word from nonpartisan to equitable, or something of that nature, to be included in that. I'm curious to know as well. So we have in the CAO's duties, responsibilities, and roles. We have Part 1, the introduction; Part 2, the general roles, responsibilities, duties; Part 3, human resource and organizational management and administration; and then we also have Part 4, financial management; and then Part 5 with regard to complaints. But nowhere in there is any suggestion about well, it's not nowhere, but it's not specifically parsed out that there's a relationship between council and the CAO insofar as you're our one employee and the only one that we can hire and fire. And that doesn't seem to be mentioned in here, and I feel as though that ought to be included as well. And so when we send this off to legal, I think that also needs to be in there. Furthermore, item 0, or no, not 0, I'm sorry, O, MNO, PEQ, item O in the suggested changes to the procedural bylaw with regard to the mayor discusses the mayor having a relationship with the CAO. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to pull it up here, see if I can find the actual words. Drat. Of course I've lost it now. It talks about the relationship between the two, and rats, I've lost it on all these screens, 17 screens. Anyway, it talks about the fact that they have, pardon me? Page 4 of 8. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Ensure their relationship with the Chief Administrative Officer is one of trust and collaboration. There may be instances where the division between the political role of the mayor and the public service of the role of the CAO is unclear. The mechanism for resolving such issues between the mayor and the CAO should be public and transparent. And I could not agree more. However, I also feel as though an identical sentence, although with CAO and mayor reversed, ought to be included in the CAO's duties and responsibilities, because it seems to me that, again, with the fact that the CAO is the one and only person that the council can hire, fire, and direct, that there needs to be some understanding on the CAO's part. Present company accepted, because I do know that you understand this, but that there is some that is spelled out that that's a thing that needs to be ensured, and that respect is a two-way street, and relationships generally take more than one party to be involved in them. And so I just feel as though that was a bit of an omission in that. And those are my 3 comments, although I do have a question as well, because I remember when we were redoing the procedural bylaw the 4th time before Christmas, and there was some conversation at that time about pretty much removing all of the items regarding the mayor. And now it seems that we're adding 4 when we were going to take away them all. And I'm pretty sure that's how my memory is. I see you nodding, Clerk Holmes. I'm just curious how we got from there to here, when from getting rid of everything to adding 4 and bringing it up to letter P for the mayor's role. Through with that, Chair.
Thank you. To address Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod's comments, originally too, when we were looking at knowing that this report was coming forward in 2022, we were looking at making the mayor's bylaw a standalone bylaw. But looking at, after all of our research, that it was actually, everybody's kept it all within the procedure bylaw versus having a separate standalone item. So instead of removing, we're just continuing to add to it.
I figured there was an explanation. Thank you so much. And so that concludes my comments. And so I hope that when Councillor Jeffrey brings forward her motion, that she will include these in it. And at that point, I would be happy to second it.
Thank you. Anyone else around the table with question or comment? Councillor Hamlin? I've got you next, Councillor Carrier.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor Hall. One of the issues I saw in the inquiry was the numerous roles that the CAO held in the corporation and in the utility, which gave rise to that person having several masters. And I did note that the role as identified in the staff report did reference impartial advice. But I was wondering if there's anything in there that relates to the fact that the CAO should have only one, I don't even know how I'd put it, employed position. And I say this knowing in some municipalities, there's one maybe beside us, the CAO is also a councillor in a different town, and there's lots of different jobs that a CAO could take on, particularly in a smaller community, I guess. But I wouldn't, from my own perspective, I wouldn't think that a CAO in Collingwood would have time in any event to have more than one job. So back to my question. Is there anything in what's proposed before us tonight that would restrict the CAO to having only that job?
Clerk Holmes.
Certainly, there's nothing within these recommendations that would identify that. However, I'm aware that it's, I believe it's in the employment contract with reference to the CAO, but maybe the CAO can address that better.
Thank you. Through you,
Please.
The employment contract is specific. I think moving forward, given that a CAO may have other duties, taking care of a family trust, for example, I would be comfortable with language that made it transparent to council, with council's endorsement that that any other work would be taken on. Pending any further comments from the clerk, that sounds very reasonable.
I would be happy with words like that could be added for consideration. Thank you.
Could I just piggyback on that? And it was a comment I think that Councillor McLeod made earlier, but then in context reference to the employment contract. The employment contract clearly states that the CAO is in the employment at the discretion of, I'm paraphrasing, but that's the language, that's the wording in which the role of the CAO is established.
Certainly, if I may, through yourself. And again, I know that Manager McQuaig is on here or on available to address any questions because I'm not fully versed on exactly what that employment contract looks like, but I'm sure she could address it, or it could be something if this report is being referred for further review that we could incorporate in consideration during that review.
Okay. I would be, and it's not that Manager McQuaig couldn't offer, but I think that why not just take it in the context of if we're going in that direction, let's head in that direction. So I am disappointed though that given that there's only 15,000 realtors, that you wouldn't want to be a realtor in your spare time. CAO Skinner.
I see her as a baker myself.
Oh, okay. So, Councillor Hamlin, did you have anything else, or you're okay? Councillor Carrier, you were next.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I just wanted to comment. I'm going to reference my comments to mostly page 4 of 18 of the report, or page 97 of 468 that we received for the agenda. And having had the privilege of serving as mayor, it does, I feel obliged to comment that when I watched the judicial inquiry, as painful as it was for me to do so, as it was for many of you, when it got to the section about talking about better governance, and I'm going to give kudos to Councillor Jeffrey and myself, that the council that we were part of was pretty darn ethical. And I think we set a pretty high bar. Was very disillusioned and disappointed, frustrated, angry at the lack of ethics of the council that preceded us, or came after us, I should say. And a number of these recommendations are almost self-evident, but we learn painfully that they're not. And so many of you, through one term or now 2 terms, have been involved in bringing all of these recommendations forward along with staff. And I want to applaud you for that. I know I've said it in the past, but the recommendations here, especially with the role of the mayor, are something that I feel strongly in support of. And when you look at amending section 3.1D, as follows, and I'm not going to read it all, but that the integrity and transparency in municipal government is a priority for the mayor and all of council. And I mean, Kathy, please shout out if I'm misrepresenting the facts in any way. The council from 2006 and 2010 did not have the legislative tools that you have now. We didn't have the access to an integrity commissioner. But what we did do, and I did as mayor at the time, was publish our expenses. And we were as open and as transparent, and I'm going to suggest very progressive at the time in the things that we did. And item M, the mayor should intervene where they become aware of uncivil conduct at council meetings, at committee meetings, and other work-related circumstances. It's the other work-related circumstances that was immensely frustrating for us. We did have, on occasion, behaviors by I'm thinking of a particular member of council, that was very frustrating in the way that they interacted with staff. But we had no mechanism, unless it was a labor relations complaint or a human rights complaint or an integrity commissioner complaint at the time. We did draft a code of conduct, Councillor Sandberg, Councillor Jeffrey, myself, and unfortunately, former Councillor Ian Chadwick was involved in that process. But the bylaw ended up being rather toothless, and there was no mechanism to hold a person to account whose behavior that I would suggest to you was egregious on more than one occasion. So I applaud that this is now legislated, that there's action that must be taken, especially from the office of the mayor. Ensuring that the relationship with the chief administrative officer is one of trust and collaboration. I had the privilege of working with 2 strong CAOs, Mr. Norris and Kim Wingrove. And we didn't always agree on the political objectives, but we certainly agreed to talk. And we certainly agreed as the mayor at the time that I spoke on behalf of council, and I represented to him or to her how I believe council was moving forward on issues. And it was a great relationship, and one that I hold near and dear to this day. With both relationships. The mayor should provide leadership to all members of council in respecting separation between elected members on council and staff. And I would look to the clerk to contradict me if I'm incorrect. I think I did that pretty good too, but I also think that council understood its role, 2006 to 2010, that we were the legislative body and we had the privilege of each of us having the same legislative responsibilities in passing legislation. As mayor, as head of council, I did not see myself as the CEO of the corporation. Yes, I had CEO responsibilities, but it was a shared dual responsibility between myself and the CAO, and much more so, it was the CAO's role as head of the public service. I want to comment on just the ethical aspects of conflict of interest, and that was with Justice Bellamy's report, which was years before Justice Morocco's report. It is difficult to legislate ethics. It really is. If you are bound and determined to set up a circumstance where you can act and betray the public trust, I'm going to suggest there's probably ways you can do it. But you've just made it, you and your colleagues have made it far more difficult for a future council to do this. And I am immensely proud of each of you in your efforts to do this over the last several years. And I've said it in the past, you take it on the chin sometimes being in elected office, and you take it on the chin on some of the things that you've done. Well, this is when you should stand up and be proud of the legislative changes that you're implementing from the Justice Morocco's judicial inquiry report. So when this comes forward, I'm in wholehearted support of the efforts of openness, transparency, and accountability. And I'm so glad that Council has more legislative tools today than we did between 2006 and 2010 to hold the egregious actions of elected officials to account, and senior staff, because we also know from the judicial inquiry that the actions of a temporary CAO were quite harmful to our community. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Councillor Carrier. Is anyone else that would like to offer a comment? Seeing none, then I'll turn it back to Councillor Jeffrey. Is there something that you would like to table specific to this matter?
Thank you, Chair Hull. Yes, I would like to refer this staff report back to staff for review by independent legal, taking into considerations the questions that my colleagues have brought up this evening to ensure the intent of Justice Morocco's recommendations are being met.
Okay. Do you have a seconder?
I believe I do.
Okay. And I think it's very clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the questions that were being asked tonight were in the spirit that the report was excellent. We're just looking to have a second set of eyes to ensure that moving forward it has the T's crossed and I's dotted. So in that case then, with it moved by Councillor Jeffrey and seconded by Councillor MacLeod, I will call the question. Those in the affirmative? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. I have 7:26. I'm going to ask that we step aside for 10 minutes. And we will then come back at 7:36 if that works for you. Okay. Thank you.
stroke, nothing like that, right?
Okay, thank you, committee, and we'll come back to the table here, and we'll carry on with item number 5.4, sorry, under staff reports. And so we're now changing our focus, and thus I took advantage of the break at that time. 5.4 is PW 2022-4. That staff, the council received staff report PW 2022-4, Maple Street Bike Priority Pilot Project results for information purposes, and that staff proceed with option, and we will insert, for the implementation of the Maple Street Bike Priority Project. And we've got option number 1, which is a mixed traffic operation with cyclists. 2, if somebody so chooses, to implement a bike priority street, or if you're so inclined, you would go with option number 3, which is to do nothing. And that council directs staff to continue to work with the Trails and Active Transportation Committee to select a transformative active transportation project to be advanced in the 2023 budget, utilizing the cycling plan, active transportation framework, PRC master plan, and other long-term vision town plans as the guiding documents for the project selection. And that staff proceed to apply for funding opportunities that would support the project and report back to council if any additional municipal funds are required. And those, of course, would be applicable to options 1 and 2 only. So, CEO Skinner, who are we handing this off to for the presentation?
I believe this will be Director Slama, please.
Great, okay. Director Slama, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. So I'm here, I'll speak to the presentation this evening on the staff report, but I would like to note that I do have fellow Director Culver present, and he will be able to answer any questions that you might have related to the parks elements. And I also have with me, supporting me this evening, I do have project manager from the engineering department, Mike Latimer. And Mike worked closely with our previous manager of engineering, John Velick, on this project. And he will be able to support me if you have some detailed questions about the survey data or the pilot. So thank you. But so moving ahead, next slide, please. The promotion of active transportation is a priority for the town of Collingwood, as has been determined through the community-based strategic plan, where the vision speaks to healthy lifestyle, beautiful and safe settings, and the establishment of community-wide active transportation network. Staff and council have worked towards this vision in supporting projects that strengthen and extend our active transportation network. And being recognized as a silver bike-friendly community is one success story of this work. The Trails and Active Transportation Committee also works with staff to make recommendations on the top priority that they, as a community members, feel will drive a change of behavior towards more pedestrian and cycling movement. In discussions between staff and the committee, and when I say committee, I mean the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, it is recognized that there are smaller projects that the town can undertake that will enhance user experience of our cycling, trail, and sidewalk network. But to truly drive a transformable change behavior where there is less dependency on the individual vehicle and true promotion of active transportation, the town will need to support a bold project that may be a fundamental change in street configuration. Both the Trails and Active Transportation Committee and staff are committed to working together to identify the project or projects that together will fulfill the vision of the community-based strategic plan and align with the master plans approved for the town. One master plan that plays a key role in this project is a cycling plan, which was completed in 2019. The plan identified a lack of north-south connectivity for cyclists and identified Maple Street as a preferred north-south corridor where cycling facilities should be installed and augmented over time. The short-term configuration recommended shared road for vehicles and cyclists, and the long-term configuration recommended dedicated bike lanes along Maple Street from First to Cameron Street. Next slide, please. The promotion of active transportation, in July 2020, Trails and Active Transportation Committee brought forward a concept for Maple Street to be a quiet street. From the discussion on the concept at committee and council directed staff to work with the Trails and Active Transportation Committee to implement a pilot of a bike priority street, where vehicle access and movement was restricted at intersections, with the intended result that less vehicles would use Maple Street for commuting, and it would be a quieter, safer option for those walking and wheeling. In July 2021, engineering retained Tatham Engineering to support staff through the pilot and complete some preliminary infrastructure design. The pilot ran from August 31st to October 1st in 2021. And I just would like to acknowledge the support and assistance from the members of the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, which was key before, during, and after the pilot. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of the cycling plan from the 2019 report. And I know that it's fuzzy and a bit small, and it's hard for people to read. So I encourage everyone to look at the map from our website, on the Town of Collingwood website. But I just kind of wanted to show how Maple Street provides that connectivity to the east and west routes, and also indicate that the two north-south corridors that are identified in the cycling plan are really Walnut Street and Maple Street. So without those, you can see that in the downtown core, there is that north-south corridor for cyclists is missing. Next slide, please. I also wanted to touch on what the ultimate design was intended to be in the Collingwood cycling plan for Maple Street. And when I speak to many of the items that I speak to, when we look at converting a residential street into a road cross section that includes dedicated bike lanes, this can be, I just wanted to note that this could be applied to many residential streets in Collingwood when we look at expanding our active transportation network or our cycling network. So the cross section shown on this slide is taken from the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 18, which covers cycling facility design guidelines. Currently, what we have on Maple Street is 2 lanes of traffic, on-street parking on one side of the street, sidewalk on both sides, boulevard space, and some mature trees throughout the corridor. The OTM manual recommends a 12.6 meter width of asphalt surface to support two-way traffic, dedicated bike lanes in 2 directions, and dedicated parking. As the existing pavement width on Maple Street is between 6.5 and 9 meters, this ultimate design would require major road, boulevard, and sidewalk reconstruction along the entire length of Maple Street. Next slide, please. So some of the work that will be required to work towards this ultimate design would be the the introduction of the intersection infrastructure or treatments. So these would be items that were identified in the previous staff report, such as curb bump outs, lane split islands, which promote one-way turns, intersection traffic circles, which would allow for right and left turns. And all of these need to have the consideration for emergency vehicle access. Other major infrastructure will need to be either installed or upgraded when we look at this kind of major road reconstruction. So some of the sections do not have curb and storm sewers, so those would need to be added where they don't exist. And we'd also be upgrading the asphalt width and in the surface in most of the areas, most of the length. There would need to be a decision on whether we're going to maintain the on-street parking And we would look at tree preservation and, working towards removing as few trees as possible. And do we want to maintain the sidewalk on both sides of the road? And how can we maintain and improve the boulevard space for beautification and also for snow removal for that functional role that it plays? So you can see with all of this work that would be required for Maple Street to achieve its ultimate design. This would be a multi-year project that requires significant capital budget prioritization. As such, this alternative has not been brought forward within this report. However, we do present an option that includes dedicated bike lanes, and I will touch on that option shortly. Next slide, please. So this slide, we've just taken 2 blocks and we tried to show those 12.6 meter limits and overlay them on the topography of 2 sections of Maple Street, just to give you an idea and show how, when we look at just that 12.6 meter width of asphalt surface. So again, that doesn't include, the boulevards or the sidewalks. Where you can see how much of the sidewalks would need to be pushed out, potentially how many of the trees would be affected, just to give you an idea. And again, this, when we look at other residential streets in town, this is what we're considering when we're looking at incorporating, cycling infrastructure or active transportation infrastructure and our other road projects. Next slide, please. So moving on to the data collected in the pilot. To determine how behaviors were changed by the project, data was collected before and during the pilot. I will highlight some of the data through this presentation. The first is the daily traffic count. Averaging the number of vehicles on Maple Street, the data showed that the number of vehicles decreased on Maple Street during the pilot, and this is positive. This is what we wanted to see. Monitoring the traffic on adjacent Birch Street, that was completed because we were interested in determining if commuters would use the next residential street instead of choosing to use active transportation or maybe Hurontario as the closest collector road. We found that where the number of vehicles did increase on Birch, it was not proportional to the decrease on Maple, and that was also considered positive. Next slide, please. Looking at vehicle speed, data indicated that the temporary infrastructure placed at the intersections along Maple Street did encourage drivers to slow down. So that was a positive result. The data also indicated that the speed of vehicles on Birch Street, when averaged, was the same during the pilot as before the pilot. So no change. Next slide, please. And we also looked at pedestrian and cyclist counts for 3 days throughout the pilot. And we do note the weather conditions because we understand that this does play a part in residents deciding on their mode of transportation for any particular day. So the data indicates that during the pilot, we did not see a great increase in active transportation users, either on foot or wheeled. Next slide, please. An important component of conducting the pilot was to engage the broader community and seek comments on the idea of a bike priority street. This was accomplished through a dedicated project page on Engage Collingwood. Residents were encouraged to complete a survey, which included questions on their own vehicle and active transportation choices, as well as using Maple Street in both forms of transport. The staff report included detailed information on the survey questions and the answers received, so I will not go through those results in detail. But we will say we did have a good amount of responses to the survey. We do consider 391 responses a high response. A generalized categorization of the responses was more not in favor of the pilot or the permanent infrastructure. We also received comments on the permanent infrastructure during the budget process, where council made the decision on the 2022 direction. And staff also received a petition in opposition of the project with 70 signatures. So these public responses and comments were considered by staff when developing the options and our recommendation. Next slide, please. So moving on to the 3 options presented for committee's consideration in the report. Option 1, we have mixed traffic operation with cyclists. So this option does not include dedicated bike lanes. In this option, we'd be looking at installing sharrows and bike symbols would be painted on Maple Street from 3rd to Campbell, as well as appropriate signage installed throughout the corridor. So this would be at 75-meter intervals or more frequently at intersections or points where more guidance is required. The bicycle route marker sign may also be installed at regular intervals to provide additional navigational support to people riding bikes. As per the OTM, the implementation of a shared facility would require a reduction to the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour from the 50 kilometers an hour it's posted at now. And as part of the data collection for this project, we know that the 85th percentile speed was 52 kilometers an hour, which means that the road would qualify for traffic calming in certain sections as per the warrants in the town's traffic calming policy. Next slide, please. So option 1 aligns with the short-term configuration of Maple Street within the cycling plan, and it recognizes the comments received from the community. It is an option that does not require major road reconstruction to support the shared facility. So in staff's opinion, it is the option that moves the cycling plan forward while acknowledging the public comments received. Financially, we'd be looking at approximately $50,000 is estimated would be required to purchase and install the signs and pavement markings and traffic calming. It is recommended that this come from a redirection of the sanitary renewal budget that was set within the 2022 council approved budget. The staff report also mentions that a section of Maple Street between 8th and Cameron is within the 5-year capital plan for sanitary storm and water replacement. At the discretion of council, this project could be moved up in the capital plan, and it would result in improvement of the road condition in this well-used section. This would be financed through sanitary road and water reserves. Next slide, please. Option 2 is the implementation of the bike priority street. So in this option, we'd move towards the installation of the permanent infrastructure within the existing road cross-section of Maple Street. We would use the 9.6 meter configuration that can be supported, the 9.6 meter configuration cross-section that is recommended in the OTM manuals, as that can be supported within the existing paved area. But it does mean the removal of on-street parking. So that's an important item to note. The infrastructure would include the intersection features such as curb extensions, splitter islands that restrict vehicle movement, and the mini roundabouts. And this infrastructure will deter vehicles from using Maple Street for commuting north and south. The estimated budget, and this is in $21 for this work, is $375,000. During the budget process, council directed that if this option was selected to move forward, it should be funded through grant opportunities. So just want to remind council of that direction. Next slide, please. And the final option is option 3, do nothing. This option does not support the community-based strategic plan vision of an active transportation network that supports a healthy lifestyle in a safe and beautiful setting. It does not support the recommendations within the cycling plan. It does reflect the resident feedback received during the pilot. And while the pilot data shows the average vehicle speed is higher than we would like, and the infrastructure helps to reduce this, the data did not indicate an increase in active transportation. And this option, of course, has no financial impact today. And that, Chair, is the completion, or next slide, please. Sorry, that is the completion of the presentation. And myself and Director Culver and Project Manager Latimer are here if there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Slama. And I'll go to our clerk first and see if there's anybody from the gallery or online who has a question specific to this report.
Thank you, Chair Hall. We do have Marie Knowles would like to address the Standing Committee.
Great. And is Mr. Knowles on the screen or?
I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Knowles. How are you tonight?
I'm very well, and yourself?
Very good, thank you. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, everyone. You know, Mayor Hall, Deputy Mayor McLeod, and Council, I really welcome the opportunity to sort of comment on this report. But before I start, I guess I should say thank you to both Director Slama and to Director Culver for involving the committee in this report. Part of the reason why it was probably delayed by a month getting to this particular forum was the fact that they both really kind of insisted that we do have an opportunity to see the report in advance and to comment on the report. So that has happened. It certainly demonstrated a strong desire to partner with our community, or with our committee. I mean, the effort is greatly appreciated. And again, say thank you for making that happen. As a committee, you know, we're obviously a little disappointed that option 2 was not the chosen option. But after reviewing all the data and everything from the survey and from the report, I believe we've come to the conclusion that we kind of understand why. And at this particular point in time, we would certainly support the recommendation of option 1. Just highlighting a few things that from our perspective are very positive about what happened with this pilot project. Director Slam has already referred to a couple of them, and that's the reduction in the traffic on Maple Street, and certainly not a corresponding increase on the other street adjacent to it. The reduction of the speeds on Maple Street were another key factor that happened as a result of this pilot. And some other things that were just picked up as part of the survey, as part of the comments. Quite clearly, what was highlighted was the extensive use of Maple Street as a cut-through street, as a bypass street, if you want to call it that, for some of the other streets in the area. That's not really what Maple Street is meant to be, since it is designated as just a local residential street. The other things that I think were highlighted in the report was there was a tremendous concern expressed, I guess, about traffic issues in and around Cameron Street Public School. And if there was one other thing we probably picked up as a consequence of this, is it did highlight the need, I think, for more public education, for more communication on the subject of active transportation, bicycle-friendly streets, bicycle priority streets, traffic calming. I think we'd have to admit the pilot was started very quickly without much warning, and as such probably could have benefited from a little bit more advanced publicity and a little bit more advanced education before the pilot actually took place. A couple of other observations, if I might make. If you look at some of the surveys, and they were included in the Ontario Traffic Manual, OTM Book 18, about 35% of the people are not interested in cycling as an active transportation activity. You know, it's either they are unable or unwilling to participate in it. At the other end of the scale, there's about 10% of people who are obviously fairly active cyclists, and they are either very confident or fairly confident that they can manipulate around cars and everything on the streets without any kind of problem. And then there's that group in the middle, the 55% of the people who, fall into the category, I guess, of the silent majority or whatever you might want to call them. These are the people that are interested in active transportation, but they're concerned. And the concern mainly stems around safety. So if we take a look at some of the long-term vision plans that we have in the town of Collingwood, whether it be the official plan, the community-based strategic plan, the cycling plan, whatever, there are a whole host of them. They clearly support active transportation lifestyle. The benefits are, I think, fairly well documented, fairly well known. Less pollution, better health for our population, fewer cars, hopefully improved climate change. And clearly, if we're going to make this happen, the key people that we need to address are those 55% of the people who say they're interested in active transportation, but are concerned about the safety when they have to deal with cars. Because quite clearly, if there's any kind of an incident between a car and a bicycle, the bicycle is going to be the loser basically every time. One other thing that did come out of again, the survey and the report, a lot of people said, we got a great trails network, the bike should use the trails network. Yes, we do have a great trails network that we should be proud of. But at the same time, looking at the map, you'll see that the trail network does really kind of extend around, I'll call the peripheries of the downtown core. So if we're going to do active transportation in more the downtown core of town, you're going to have to go on the roads at some point in time. And I think that we've got to take a look. The other part that shows up in this is a lot of people mention the magic word of bike lanes, that bike lanes would be the answer. And I think, as Director Slam has already mentioned, putting in bike lanes on some of these streets involves major infrastructure adjustments, major widening of the pavement on roads. The other thing is too, as she's already mentioned in the report, if you're going to put a bike lane on a road, the new OTM Book 18 standards would say you should not have a speed limit greater than 40 kilometers an hour, and you should not have traffic greater than 3,000 cars per day. Now, certainly on Maple Street, we're nowhere approaching 3,000 cars per day, but certainly, the survey would have indicated that we do have cars going faster than 40 kilometers an hour. So bike lanes are not always the best solution, and that's one of the reasons why we did suggested the Maple Street bike priority street as I'll call it an innovative solution to some of our issues to get people into active transportation going through town. Anyway, I'll end by just saying, hey, the bottom line is this is a step forward from our perspective. If we can get the appropriate signage, and we can get the painting done, and we can get some traffic calming, and we can get the speed limit reduced on Maple Street, then although we didn't get 100% towards a bike priority street, we certainly moved the yardsticks forward. And, that, from my perspective, is a good news story.
Mr. Knowles, thank you for your comments and your observations and the facts that you bring forward tonight. And I'd be remiss that in the spirit of National Volunteer Week that took place last week, that we certainly should be recognizing not only the service that you bring is probably one of our longest tenured members of the active transportation group, but also the others that tirelessly work on behalf of the community. And I dare say, try and move the yardstick forward as it relates to that 50% that you're talking about. So thank you very much for your comments tonight and the work that you continue to do. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Clerk Almas? Okay. So everybody from the floor that would like to speak to this particular matter. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Chair Hall. So firstly, I should state that I have previously declared a conflict under the Code of Conduct under this matter previously, as I had a family member sitting on the Trails and Active Transportation Committee. I no longer have a family member on the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, so I am participating again. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I support staff's recommendation number 1. But I do have one question.
Sure.
As long as nothing in there is pushing off a project we've already anticipated within the budget, i.e. 5th Street between Oak and Hickory, or that kind of priority, because I would not want to be pushing any of that out. Thank you.
Okay. If we could have that, I saw you, Councillor MacLeod, next, but that specific question addressed in terms of priorities and where this would fit. Director Slama, do you want to take that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I can take that question through you to Councillor Jeffrey. We are short one member of the engineering department, but in speaking with the team, this was in bringing forth this option. This was something that we felt could be achieved in 2022, and wouldn't derail the progress that we have made on the other capital projects identified under the engineering budget for 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. Thank you.
Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you. And Director Slama is aware of the questions that I am about to ask. So I will ask them. The report in front of us says that Maple Street is due for a redo sometime in the next 5 years, but the capital list, which we were provided with in our budget that we passed in December, does not make mention of Maple Street, even though the capital budget goes out for 10 years. And so is it there and I missed it, or is it not there? And if so, if it's not there, why is it that we're talking about Maple Street being redone in the next 5 years when it's not mentioned in the budget in the next 10? Through you, Chair Hull.
Director Slama.
Through you to Deputy Mayor MacLeod, the project that is mentioned in the staff report for Maple Street, the road reconstruction, is specifically between 8th and Cameron. And that is a project we've identified in the 5-year plan under our sanitary renewal program. So in the budget documentation that council sees, you probably see a generic sanitary renewal placeholder. And then as we're working through budgets, we're looking through our asset management program, and certainly the work that we've been doing in the last year on our asset management program may change what the priorities are. But it was previously within the 5 years as identified as a project to be completed within 5 years. The option is for council to bring that forward to prioritize that over sanitary renewal on other streets.
Thank you. And so what other street would we be prioritizing it over? What's the list look like right now?
So it would be best, through you, Chair, to Councillor Deputy Mayor MacLeod. It would be best for me to look at that list and maybe provide that information for when you consider this report at council. I can recall some of the priorities being Leslie Street, Catherine, but I feel like I'm probably missing another one in there. So I'd need to look and see how previous manager Velick had identified specifically kind of which projects. But what we do annually when we're working through the budget process is we try to bring all the information together on what was identified as a sanitary renewal priority project, water replacement, if there's storm infrastructure works that we know, or maybe even road condition. And again, even the further work that we've done in the last year will on the asset management plan is going to change how we look at that. So every year we're kind of reevaluating and looking at the new information we've received on our infrastructure condition to reprioritize projects.
Follow-up, my question has to do, and I just thought of this one actually in the last few minutes, Director Slama, so forgive me for not having sent it to you earlier, but the report which requires a certain number of meters of pavement in order to have a bike line, I've forgotten the name of it. But you know what I'm talking about. The traffic manual 18, I guess, is the
yes.
is the thing we're talking
OTM.
about. Yeah. So currently we've got. I'm just looking at a map, like a Google map of and driving down virtually Maple Street right now, and it seems to me that there's quite a fair chunk of boulevard in addition to the asphalt that you're talking about, and so. My question is would there be enough if we were to measure from property line all the way across to property line on Maple from 3rd to Campbell, would we actually have the 12 meters that's required?
Mm-hmm. Through you, Chair, to Deputy Mayor McLeod. So if you look at the currently what is asphalt surface, and in the report we indicate, kind of the asphalt widths in different sections. So we show it goes from 6.5 to 9.5. So if we look at that asphalt width, we could look at installing dedicated bike lanes without major road reconstruction, but we would be eliminating on-street parking. So that's one big change. When we look at the ultimate vision, as per the cycling plan for Maple Street, and project manager Latimer and I looked at this today. So we did look at the cross section where we had the two-way traffic, the two-way bike lanes, maintaining sidewalks on both sides, maintaining some boulevard. The boulevard, you're correct. The boulevard width today is quite generous in many locations on Maple Street. So what we would see is really that either the parking lane being compromised or the boulevard just being not as wide. More, instead of being 3 meters wide as it is today, it might be 1.2 meters wide. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. As a follow-up, so you're saying that if we were to take back some of the boulevard or go from property line to property line, we could fulfill the requirements in order to have dedicated bike lanes all the way up and down, in addition to some parking, is what I'm hearing from you.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor McLeod, I'll just ask Project Manager Latimer, did it include the parking lane on one side? Do you recall?
The 12.6 option does, yes.
And when we added sidewalks and boulevard, I think it maintained the parking lane?
Yes.
Yes,
on
it did.
one side, yeah.
Yeah. So when we look at our 20 meter right of way, which is our property line to property line that we have on Maple Street, we can accommodate that vision and that configuration. But so just understanding that it will be a major road reconstruction for the full length of Maple Street, and we're moving we're moving everything as you see it today. So the sidewalks will need to move, our boulevard becomes smaller, but it can be done.
Can it be done, as a follow-up, Mayor Hall, can it be done and save those big, beautiful trees?
I would say no.
Right.
There are quite a few boulevard trees that would be compromised. So we'd have to look at tree replacement. In some cases, we might be able to save some of the trees, but not all of them.
And I think this is my final question through you, Mayor Hall. So we just a couple of weeks ago had a big conversation about a boulevard plan and how we want to make boulevards more beautiful, and Maple Street was one of those. And then there was people who were upset regarding the fact that they've parked there since 1977 and so on and so forth. How would this, if we were to go with the option that would include the bike lanes, dedicated bike lanes end to end, how would that fit in with the boulevard plan that's already sort of beginning to take flight?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair to Deputy Mayor McLeod, my thoughts are that when we look at changing the road cross section on Maple Street for that extensive length, like I said, because we would be moving everything from where it stands today, I see that maintaining a boulevard being, a requirement and something that we want to see on both sides of the street. And under that new reconstructed road, we would have, of course, fresh boulevards, and we would be looking at that communication with the residents that currently use the boulevard for parking. There would have to be some early communication about how this road reconfiguration is going to affect their ability to do that. I don't have quite the answer, of how that transition is going to be, but I appreciate that what I believe you're saying, which is clearly people are using the boulevard in sections of Maple Street for parking. And if we went to this vision, part of that vision would be not having the boulevard be used for parking.
Yeah, that's my concern is with the trees. My concern is with the parking. My concern is with the safety. And there's a whole bunch of different competing priorities that this has definitely laid bare for us. And my comments are that I would really like to find a way to thread this needle of keeping the big beautiful trees and keeping people safe and so on and so forth, but also providing that network. I think that people will use bike lanes if they're safe up and down Maple Street, and I'm in support of that. I've bicycled in big cities. London, England, for example, has the most amazing bike infrastructure. They call it the cycling superhighway, the most unfortunate name for the most wonderful piece of infrastructure. And sometimes the bikes are, there's a curb between the traffic and the bicycles, and sometimes it's 2 lanes of traffic, of bicycle traffic. And also in those spots, there's dedicated traffic lights for the bicycles. It's astounding. I mean, we don't obviously have that kind of volume of bicycle use here that would require such a thing, but I think that the more that you build it, they will come. And so I really want to support something that does start us down the road of putting turning Maple Street into a street that can become more bicycle friendly while also accommodating our drivers. And I got to say, I don't see it in this report. I don't exactly know what to do here, but I sure would like to hear what my colleagues have to say. But my heart is with bike lanes, and but also keeping the trees and the boulevards and all of the other things. So it's a hard one to sort of figure out a Gordian knot for sure. I think we definitely know what the people don't want, which is what the pilot project was. But I think we need to find a way to do what people do want, which is feel safe cycling and have an in-town route that allows safety on Maple both ways. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I guess I can echo our chair of the Trails and Active Transportation Committee's remarks that the results were a little disappointing for what I guess we all consider to be, the ultimate design, which would be a bike priority street. But baby steps, right? Certainly, this project did illustrate a number of positives. The fact that it did have the effect of reducing speeds, the fact that it did not cause a significant diversion of traffic to yet another local road. I think it also has helped us to start a conversation about the difference between purposeful cycling, that is to say, cycling to get to work or to get to grocery shopping, as opposed to just meandering around our trails. And purposeful cycling will only be successful when people have the opportunity to use as direct as possible routes between A and B as safely as possible. So, we're heading in that direction. I think one of the sentences in the report that really impressed me was, and I'm kind of paraphrasing a little bit, but it is acknowledged that to fundamentally change the behavior of residents to a more active transportation lifestyle will take implementation of a bold project. Well, clearly today, our bike priority street project may have been a bit too bold. Certainly, the recommended alternative, which is to, oh God, now I don't remember what we're calling it. Option 1, which is to have shared vehicle and cycling on the same lane in the configuration that's being recommended, and that is with the bicycle sharrows being painted in the middle of the roadway, is bold from the point of view of something we've never seen before in this community. And also bold in that just visually, it's something that we have never seen, and sort of raises the profile of cycling as a means of getting from A to B. So I'm very much in support of staff's recommendation, option A. Although bike lanes are not possible today, bike lanes are not the be all and the end all. And sometimes by taking dramatic widenings of streets and including curbs and allowing for parking as of right, et cetera, actually serve to speed traffic up, as opposed to slowing it down. And we know that the proposed solution will also have the effect of calming traffic on that street and facilitating a reduction of speed to 40 kilometers an hour. So overall, I think it's a tremendous win, and I look forward to seeing the staff recommendation move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this report? Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you. I am generally in support of the option 1, mainly because I've listened carefully to Mr. Knowles, and I think he makes good sense in terms of where we're at today in our community and what'll work best right now. I do think that the improvements contemplated under that option will be helpful because of the reduced speed, the traffic calming, the additional pavement markings and the signs and so on. But I do have a question, and that is, I have noticed in many communities that curbs are used to delineate the cycling lanes. And I'm wondering if staff looked at that at all. And what was running through my mind was, what if we only allowed parking on one side of Maple? Because the curbs do provide that physical barrier that seems to keep the cars away from the cyclists.
Director Slama?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Hamlin. So we looked at the cross sections provided in OTM Book 18, and I'll ask Project Manager Latimer just to confirm. So the 12.6 meter wide configuration looked at the two lanes for vehicles, the two-way bicycle lanes, and parking on one side of the street. And Project Manager Latimer, was that the cross section that included a separation between the biking lanes and the parking, I believe, correct?
Yeah, there's a 1 meter buffer.
Yeah, 1 meter buffer between bike lanes and parking. And then the 9.6 does not include a buffer between the dedicated cycle lane and the traffic lane. That is correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. So we did at this time, Councillor Hamlin, we were just referring to the OTM guideline recommendations. But you are correct. There are different ways that dedicated bike lanes can be separated from the traffic lanes. And so it would just be a matter of considering those options and understanding that that is going to increase the width.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that the report looked at the number of cyclists on September 11 and 25th, which are Sundays. And I have to say, one thing that I found so exciting about the Maple Street Priority Lane was the number of children riding to school. Of course, those would be the work days, not the Sundays, because I did see a huge increase in volume of kids biking down to the high school and over to Cameron and so on. Was any counts at all done on the weekdays? Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor.
Director Slama?
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Hamlin. So the counts were done on a Saturday, I believe, not a Sunday. And though they were done on the same day of the week, and since the pilot was running in between like summer and the beginning of school, it was recognized, and the committee did bring forward, this comment that, if we had counted the school traffic, we would have seen the numbers increase. And it was felt, and Project Manager Latimer can add on to this, but I think it was felt, the school traffic that we see occurs regularly. And with this pilot, we were trying to identify, how is this change in the street promoting like a change in behavior, and so we were looking for that distinction. But most importantly, we kept the counts on the same day, so we felt it was a little bit more consistent in comparing the data. And Mike, I don't know if you have anything else to add on to that.
No, we just felt the school traffic was going to be like false representing the project, I think. So we kept the counts on Saturday.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, I'll just, as more of a comment, if counts are being done in the future, I would highly recommend you include a school day, because I do walk in the area of Maple quite frequently, and I can say there's generally not a lot of kids on bikes compared to when the bike priority lane project was underway. My last question is, I know that we have, I'll say, a problem with keeping the lines freshly painted in our community, and I know I've asked Director Slama about this on numerous occasions, and I won't ask again, but I do think that with the bike lanes and the markings, it will be so important to make sure that they're legible all the time. And so I'm just wondering if there is any available ability to make sure that those lines are maintained. Through you, Mr.
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Hamlin. So I would say for the budget that we've identified in the staff report, it would include that initial painting, and a consideration could be brought forward in a future budgets, like in 23, to indicate a budget to look at maybe painting specifically that the cycling facilities twice a year.
We've had good questions today. Does any? Yep, Councillor Carrier.
Excuse me. Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. Just a couple of questions. I would be curious when it comes back to the council table for a better understanding of the leapfrogging, I guess, of the sewer and sanitary infrastructure. If I was somebody who was on the list looking forward to having my new stormwater sewer and my new sewer, I would hate to think that I'm going to be losing out because of this particular project. I noted that Mr. Knoll's comments where he thought that maybe the project had fallen down was maybe a better public engagement or a lack of consultation with the neighbors. And I would be curious as to know if there's an enhanced communication project. I wasn't on council when this project was brought forward, but boy, did I get a lot of phone calls from at home, people going, what are they doing in my neighborhood? So I don't think you want to relive that agony. And so I would be curious as to know. Right now, I'm in support of option 3 because I think that the public engagements component is essential to describe more thoroughly with the neighbors what the ultimate goal is and how it would be phased in, because I do agree with Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod that if we can impart what the vision should be and what it's going to do to your street, it's not going to take away from your lifestyle on that street. It's going to enhance it, and your children and your grandchildren and you as an active adult may find it safer, and that the tree plantings for replacing some of those big, beautiful trees will be better in the long run. You may get better buy-in that we've had in the past, but there was strong community pushback on this, and I have to agree with Mr. Knowles that he doesn't agree with option 3, but option 3 for me is do nothing. But that includes public consultation and an engagement phase before taking action moving forward. Thank you.
Respectfully, was there a question or is it just a comment?
I believe I asked about that there will be clarification at the council meeting regarding the sewer component. Perfect. And then if staff can also comment at the council meeting, because as we've learned that the SIC meetings is essentially community of the whole, and we're going to relive this debate next time. So I'm just asking for clarification now on those components.
Dr. Slama?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Carrier. Yes, we can provide some more information on the intended 5-year capital plan for sanitary replacement to give an indication of what are some of the other projects that prioritizing the Maple Street section between 8th and Cameron would be leapfrogging. And I would just like a clarification on your second request for what you would like me to bring forward and they or us to bring forward for the council.
Sure, through Acting Mayor Hall to the director, or whether it's Director Culver. I don't know which staff person is going to be doing it, but I mean, at some point, how are you engaging the neighbors to say, oh, we're moving ahead? You didn't like the project in the past, clearly by the survey. This is what we're envisioning going forward. So what is the active engagement component with the neighbors? That's what I'm looking for. Is there one?
Okay, I think I understand what you're asking now, and I think that together, Director Culver and I can provide an answer for and amend the report to speak to it.
Councillor Madigan.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief. We've had a great discussion about this evening. I along the same lines as Councillor Carrier, have really looked at the engaged Collingwood survey results and have really studied it. And the wonderful things about numbers is you can perceive them any way you want, and I perceive them this way. I would be with option number 3 as well. I think it's clear that the people in the community, by the numbers, overwhelmingly didn't want it, and I think that also has to do with a little bit of their education. I think a lot of them felt, well, I know a lot of them felt that it was just a free-for-all for cyclists on Maple Street just to go side to side, and I don't think that this would add any happiness to the people in that area. Those are the people that we serve, and those are the people that elect us, and they have overwhelmingly said that this is of no interest to them. I'm an avid cyclist. I own, I think, nine bikes, and I travel throughout the community, as in fact you yourself, Mayor Hall, have seen me navigate through the streets of Collingwood on my bike, and it is not the speed that worries me, it is the cyclists that worry me. Councillor Berman and I have been in the car many times, and we've always said that it's not the drivers in their vehicles that we're worried about, it's the cyclists. So in fact, if we're not going to do anything of substantial nature by putting up barricades, blockades to really help and assist, then I would be of the knowledge that we would do nothing. So on that, the only reason I will vote no to what I'm assuming the rest of my colleagues will do is because I just don't think it's enough, and I don't think it has the legs to make it safe for the cyclists, and the community does not want it at all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Berman.
Thank you, and I'm just doing this for you because I'm the only one that hasn't spoken. I agree with Councillor Madigan. I mean, on the flip side, I don't own a bike. I don't consciously choose to drive Maple Street, and I don't think you want to hear me talk about how I drive unconsciously. So I'm just going by the data that's here, and the data that's here to me overwhelmingly doesn't support this. So I would have supported option 3 as well.
Okay. Everyone has had a turn.
I'm just wondering, is there anything on the table?
Not as of yet. I think that Councillor Jeffrey was leaning toward option number 1. Am I not correct? Okay. I just wanted to make a couple of brief comments. The data it is what it is, and I think that, and I stand to be corrected. It is observational data. It's not scientific. And I don't disagree that the project last year perhaps was rolled out in a way where the community felt that they were forced to accept something as opposed to being given a heads up, and therefore having a better understanding of what it is that they were about to have their street turned into. The irony is, and I say this just for myself, is that had there been sort of a heads up, the project in itself may in fact have been roadkill on site and never gone forward. And therefore, one of the ironies is that we did go forward with it, and although there was an outcry, I think that it was good that we continued to move forward and to see if our active transportation members and others could continue to work with those on Maple Street and throughout the community to try and educate them, and I mean that in a respectful way, to the benefits of what we were trying to do. I say this with very little experience, but more from an observational standpoint, and that is that it is great irony when it comes to cycling and the fact that when you look at communities or countries in particular throughout the world that have embraced cycling, they embrace cycling from chaos. In North America, we've gone the full spectrum the other way, where if we don't build concrete barriers and have separation and 3 fire trucks on the ready to support the person who gets hit, then we can't do anything. And somehow we've got to find that common center line where we are providing something that is for the greater good in terms of active transportation, safety, health, environment, and et cetera, et cetera. And I think that this is where this compromise really could be quite effective. We are not rebuilding a street. We are coming up with something that hopefully can be embraced and not only be the starting point of one street, but maybe streets across the community. The one thing, and I had thought about it, and I apologize to Director Slama and your team that I haven't mentioned it before, and I don't recall if it's my idea or someone else's. Doesn't matter. If it's not well received, it's somebody else's idea. And that is that we have a grid system, and we have streets like Maple and Oak in particular that go from First to Campbell. And the thought would be that you would run, Maple Street one way north, and you'd run Oak one way south. And then to Councillor McLeod's point of you wouldn't require 5 lanes across. I'm just using that generically. And therefore there wouldn't be the pressures maybe to encroach on the physical space, the trees, those types of things. And that may be a common sense solution that, if the community was able to go from, and again, the beauty of the way it's laid out in that particular area is if you're asking somebody to go one way, well, they only have to go one way a block, and then they can turn right or left and do whatever they want. So it could be something for future consideration. So with all that said, I would be pleased to support number 1 if somebody were to put it on the table. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. And we've had very good discussion, so I certainly can. And what is it that you're asking me to sever specifically? Option 1 from 2 from 3?
No, the 2 and that's. The 2 and that's from the that and that.
So the first and that, and then the option, and then the following 2 and that's?
Yes, please.
Yep, I'd be happy to do that. Okay. So we've had a request to sever, so I'm going to read it out here. The first being, yes?
Could I also ask for a recorded vote? Thank you.
Okay. Clerk Almas, so I'll read it in and then I'll turn it over. So the first part that I'm going to read here is that Council receives staff report PW 2022-04 Maple Street Bike Priority Pilot Project results for information purposes, and that staff proceed with option, and I'm going to insert number 1, Councillor Jeffrey, for the implementation of the Maple Street Bike Priority Project. And with that, I will turn it over to the clerk for a recorded vote. Oh, and I'm sorry, Councillor Hamlin, you're my seconder, or our seconder? Great, okay. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise your yes cards. Thank you. And all those opposed, please raise your no cards. 3 against. Thank you. Motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. So it was requested to have this severed, and Councillor Hamlin, would you like a recorded vote for the second part as well?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So the second then, and that council directs staff to continue to work with the Trails and Active Transportation Committee to select a transformative active transportation project to be advanced in the 2023 budget utilizing the cycling plan, active transportation framework, PRC master plan, and other long-term vision town plans as the guiding documents for project selection, and that staff proceed to apply for funding opportunities that would support the project and report back to council if any additional municipal funds are required. And of course, this was applicable to the first 2 options only, to which we have approved option 1. And we still have the same 2 movers and seconder. Yep. And yes.
And so I'd like to bring an amendment
Okay.
to the first and that.
Okay.
And why I'm doing this is because I do feel as though this pilot project that ran last September was a surprise to many, many people, including members of this council. And so my amendment would be that any project, so at the final sentence, and the council directs staff to continue the work, blah, 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 PRC master plan and other long-term vision town plans as the guiding documents for project selection. And I would add, and that the project be approved by council prior to any implementation. And I understand that it's coming through the budget and that is implicit, but I want to be enthusiastic and loud consent for a project that is being called transformative, so that there are no surprises whatsoever. So I would ask our mover and our seconder to take that as a friendly amendment. And again, the wording is, and that the project be approved by council prior to implementation.
Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Hamlin, would you view that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, I just have a question
Please.
for staff. I have some recollection that we did approve the Maple Street Bike Priority Project before it was implemented. Couldn't you please remind me what in fact happened?
Director Slama, do you want to start with that?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Hamlin. It was there was direction from council to move forward with the pilot, and then there was approval of the budget through the budget process for the potential for option 2. Oh, sorry. Yes, you're correct. So we brought forward the budget for option 2, and that is when council made the decision to that grant funding should be used, not come from the tax levy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Councillor McLeod?
Never mind. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey, you're the mover. You're okay with the, okay. And Clerk Almus, you have the wording? Okay. So if everyone is good with the wording of the amendment then, and deeming it being friendly, I will then call a question in the affirmative. Those voting in the affirmative. Those opposed? Okay, it's carried and so noted. Thank you. Okay, that takes us then to number 5.5. And with regards to the asset management plan, core assets, yes?
Thank you, Chair Hall. I'm just wondering if staff could add to the motion as opposed to, I mean, we have the staff report previous where it was a pretty explicit laying out of what we were voting on. This one's very blanket. And I think if I were the public scrutinizing and wanting to understand what we were voting on, I would want 1, 2, and 3 to be available within the description. And it would also give council the opportunity to sever out those that they wish to maybe consider differently. I just wanted to give staff the heads up that I would be asking for that so that they could be ready
Okay.
with that wording.
Okay, fair enough. So 555, the staff report T 2022-02 asset management plan core assets be endorsed by members of council. And this was a very lengthy report in terms of number of pages. And CEO Skinner, who's going to walk us through?
That will be Treasurer Quinlan, please.
Great. Good evening, Treasurer Quinlan. The floor is
Good
yours, I
evening.
guess, for the next two.
Yes, okay. So thank you, Acting Mayor Hall, and through you to members of committee. We do have a presentation that's coming up, and we're going to go over a bit of a review again of the Ontario regulation, and then remind members of council where we ended up back in the fall of 2021, and of course, end with where we're at today with the asset management plan. So next slide, please. So as we've discussed before, the regulation has updated deadlines for the asset management plan. Specifically, we're going to be speaking to phase 1 or for the core assets, where a plan is required to be completed by July 1st of this year. We're currently on target to meet that this first phase. Essentially, we're at 90% complete on this updated plan, with only the levels of service left to refine. Our plan is that we would actually update that between now and the next council meeting of May 16th and bring that forward at that time. The second phase of deadlines is July 1st, 2023, and this is with respect to all assets, meaning the asset management plan needs to include parks and recreation, facilities, fire, library, parking, and administrative assets such as town hall. We're currently working through the inventory of all these assets and expect to have the plan come forward to council late in 2022. And the final phase, phase 3, is due on July 1st, 2024, and would include proposed levels of service, life cycle management, and a financial strategy behind the overall asset management plan. So next slide, please. So you're going to see some green check marks as we go along. I just wanted to share that, within each phase of the town is following the asset management framework that was developed to assist municipalities through the process by the MFOA and also through the Ontario regulation. So the steps that staff have taken is we've completed an asset inventory. We refined the data, including detailed components of asset age, condition, and the listing of each component of equipment. We've determined replacement values of the assets. We've also reviewed and understand the current levels of service, both the qualitative and technical merits, through assessments and inspections and set assessment parameters. Next slide, please. Again, you're going to see some check marks here, and where the numbers are starred, those are the spots where we're still not quite 100% finished yet. So we've done the deterioration curves, which we presented last fall. It shows you the acceleration of age if we don't maintain assets and what it means if we do the right things at the right time. We've developed or discussed and assigned available treatments, the types of maintenance activities that should happen, when the renewals and rehabilitation should happen, and how each will increase the level of service or decrease the speed of deterioration of our assets. We've set some levels of service. We're not 100% here, but we're starting to ensure we can detail out the plan for levels of service in the next round. We have determined an optimized set of treatments over one or more life cycles of each of the assets to minimize investment. Again, though, we are part of the way there, still need some refinement here. And finally, the development of a multi-year financing strategy to meet the needs that we have or trade off to reduce targeted achievement. We're about, I would say, 90% there with this piece as well. But again, it's largely tied back to the levels of service. So our hope is over the next couple of weeks that we can beef up or refine that section of the report and bring it back to council. Next slide, please. So if we go back in time just a wee bit, in the fall of 2021, Where we left off with the asset management plan was awaiting the facilities condition assessments. And that's now been included in the updated plan, where previously it was based on age. The table you see in front of you here shows you where we are at for each phase of the plan in terms of completion. So again, for phase 1, I would say we're on average about 90% there, but we're slowly progressing through phase 2 and 3. And the expectation again is that phase 2 we will meet at the end of 2022 in advance of the regulation. Next slide, please. So what we've been doing over the last several months is continuing to review and understand our assets, both from a treatment standpoint and also updating the inventory sets that we have. Again, we wanted to include the facility condition assessments that have now been completed to make sure we have a good baseline of what facilities require over the next several years. The total core asset base, and again, the core asset base only, is $667 million in replacement costs. And you can see in the graph that more than 2/3 of the sewers. And note that work will continue as we go forward, and the asset inventory will be updated on an annual basis, and the overall plan will be updated every 5 years. Next slide, please. So to go back a wee bit, last year we told you that the funding gap over a 10-year outlook specifically for tax-supported assets was just below $1 million. The good news is that the gap has actually decreased slightly by almost half, actually, or more than half, and is the result of the refinements that we've completed and a slight increase in OSIF funding. And I don't know if you recall, but late in 2021, the province announced that the OSIF fund would be doubled over the next 5 years. So this means that now the funding gap for tax-supported assets is $375,000 compared to the $922,000 we had previously presented. Next slide, please. Again, for user-supported assets, we see a similar pattern. Back in the fall of 2021, we had shown a funding gap of $752,000. It's decreased to $433,000, and although we did see an increase in the annual life cycle amount, it was offset by the OSIF announcement again that we'll share between both tax-supported and user fee-supported assets on a go-forward basis. Next slide, please. So one thing I want to mention is that although the funding gap is now below $1 million or at $800,000, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that the non-core assets that we talked about earlier, fire and library and parks and rec and all of the other things that make this town work, have not yet been included. Again, I think we're happy with the results with what we see now. And we also think our financing plan, our staff believe the financing plan that we're going to discuss in a little bit is positive and it addresses much of our gap. We don't know yet, though, what that full funding gap will be. And when I mean what it will be is to cover those non-core assets as well. So although we've made some great strides, I think the bottom line is that we're doing the right things, but there's still more work to do. Next slide, please. So again, back in October, we had proposed three different options as part of the asset management plan to address this funding gap. And the plan was to incorporate these within the 2023 budget and will help to build our long-term strategic financial plan. And the first one we talked about was adding small increases to the special capital levy over the next 5 to 10 years. Again, this will only benefit the tax-supported assets, but was included in the 2022 budget. In fact, when we went a little further than we had planned in 2022, you'll see on the slide that $277,000 was planned, but we have increased that actually to $300,000. And we were able to do that with a very slight increase because of the growth that the municipality received over the last year. Just doing small increases like this, although it doesn't seem like it adds up to very much, does make, somewhat of an impact or puts a dent a bit into the $800,000 that we need. This would cover almost 10% of that. Next slide, please. The second option that we discussed was as old debt expires, we could use the tax levy component to create a future debt reserve, again, to assist us in this asset management. We would bring more details together once the debt policy comes forward for review, but To give you an idea, the current debt levy requirement is approximately 1.5 million, and it deteriorates by about 15% per year. So based on that, it would mean that by 2025, we could be putting away another $717,000 per year, which again is quite significant. Again, this assumes that there's no new debt issued. However, even if we looked at keeping 50% of that and say 350,000 by 2025 would bring us quite close to the 800,000 we're looking for. Next slide, please. The third option we brought forward was to slowly raise the contribution to reserve funds over time. As we talked about throughout the budget cycle, today, 1% point increase of tax rate equates to about 350,000. And if we exclude growth and we increase the reserve contribution by 5% over the next 6 years or so, this would mean a total tax rate impact of approximately 2%. However, if we include growth as part of the contribution, it's possible that the tax rate, in fact, would not be impacted. And that for user fee supported assets, this would mean an increase to their rate as well. The example we've provided below is based on tax supported assets only and equates to an additional 2.7 million by 2027 in comparison to 2.1 that we're adding to the fund in 2022. Next slide, please. So I'm going to leave you with what our what our final steps are. We're going to continue to refine the levels of service and define the current state, set the targets, and review our costs to maintain these targets. We need to do some continued work and towards the timing of replacement to ensure corresponding asset groups align in terms of timing. And finally, to bring back the updated level of service to council on May 16th. And that includes my presentation on the asset management plan.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. Again, Clerk Almas, before I table it to committee, is there anybody either online or within the gallery that would like to speak to this particular issue or matter?
Thank you, Chair Hall. We do have an attendee. If you wish to speak to this item, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. This matter is one I've been keenly interested from as far back as 2015 as a council member. Also because as a town resource, I have completed successful AMPs for Collingwood's electric and water assets some 15 or 20 years ago. Obviously a very extensive and detailed report that provides excellent information, and but it does understandably raise many questions. Definitely not going to get into it. I was aware of the fact that this would be a long meeting, and my question.
I hate to interrupt, but I can't hear the speaker.
Sorry, can you try again just for a moment there? Sorry, my thing went. I'll test that then. Can Councillor Carrier hear that?
I can't hear any of you.
We're good here, so let's carry on.
Okay. Okay. So it was explained that it is.
I can't either. Sorry.
Oh, I can hear Deb. Acting Mayor Hall, can you say something?
I don't think it's the microphone. I had a ton of audio issues today.
So I'm wondering if we can just move the microphone from the vacant desk over there. Stephanie, if you could.
I was thinking Councillor Carrier said he couldn't hear anybody.
I'm getting a level from his mic, so it's not the microphone, I don't think.
Deb, I think you and I can hear each other. I don't think we can just hear them.
Yeah, I think all the Zoom participants can hear each other.
Yeah, it would appear not. Okay, well, let's make all the decisions before the committee.
Okay, can we take a pause? We can all hear in here. Okay, Mr. Fryer, you have the floor, and please carry on.
I think we're all right with this.
It's a
one
great
then.
report, Monica.
It is.
Loved it.
You know what's really great is how you managed to put 455 pages.
Oh, they can hear us. We can't hear them.
Okay, so the point I was going to make was that would mean on around May 11th, that level of service information will come out as well. And I would be interested in seeing that before I made any kind of response to council. So it does make for a tight time frame to try to get something to council for that meeting. I do recognize, though, that it's a plan. It's not set in stone. There's other phases that are still going to come. But as I say, I've got a very keen interest in it for a number of reasons, and I do want to make input to council about that. A couple of reflections at this increase would be that I would submit that every attempt should be made not to increase taxes, take the increased taxes option. I noted from the Q1 report that's coming up that 2022 tax revenue is close to $40 million. Back in 2018, it was $33 million. So I'm hopeful that it can be done without increasing tax rates. It certainly appears, based on the report details, there are other options, such as the debt payment reductions, or others such as reducing costs could be successful in funding any kind of shortfall. In fact, one of the suggestions was that by including growth, there could be no impact on taxes. So I'm just going to close off there. And as I said, I may end up putting something in later about it because, as I said, I recognize that the time frame's short and there is the requirement for this to be passed by July the 1st. So, but I do understand it's a plan and it's not anything put down in concrete. That all comes through the budget. So thank you.
Thank you. As you were speaking, I saw a few nods around the table as it related to some of the numbers. So, yeah, good. Thank you. Is there anybody around the table that would like to speak to this? Okay. Oh, sorry. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. So former Councillor Fryer really touched on a little bit what was concerning me and why I wanted these to be able to sever these out, because although I understand it's just a plan, I want to make sure we're not creating something that is going to predetermine almost a 2.79% increase before we talk about anything else in a budget. And I find that problematic for me. So I just wanted to be able to, I do like the debt reduction and transferring over that amount, conditional on the fact that there is no new debt and that the ratio is maintained. But I really have a problem putting something in writing right now that commits to a funding, other funding orders that says we were going to do these tax increases without having an understanding of what might be coming up within our budget those other years. So I do have a problem with that, and I would like the wording of this to include maybe that staff report T2022-02 Asset Management Plan core assets be received by council and endorsing the following options, list them 1, 2, and 3, and then I have the opportunity to vote against the ones I'm just not too sure of. And then again, we have staff's ability to respond to us before the council meeting as to anything I'm misconstruing or can be maybe using Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod's words mollified before we get to that council vote.
I'm still looking up from a previous meeting, the word mollify. Are you suggesting for tonight that we simply receive this and that for the 16th, you have the ability to have the 3 items separated out for the vote on that night?
No, thank you,
Or did I
Chair
miss
Hall. I
something?
was proposing that my amendment would be to receive it and then to list the endorsements separately.
Okay.
So we can at least have some direction between now. Other people may not agree with me, but I would like to have my say going forward.
Okay. Councillor Hamlin?
I would agree with Councillor Jeffrey's concerns, but I have a question because I didn't think that I needed to worry about that tonight. Are the recommendations that are in the staff report at page, of the agenda, it's page 255, and this is through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. At the top there, the conclusions and recommendations, there's 4. Does any of these recommendations tie our hands to what we're going to collect at budget time? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to pass that right through to our treasurer. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. So just through you to Councillor Hamlin. It doesn't actually. In fact, in the Appendix A, the asset management plan itself, these options are simply listed as options to consider. They're not an endorsement in terms of going forward with those options, but just as part of the regulation, we have to provide, options. I wanted to use a different word, so I didn't say options so many times, but provide options to close the funding gap. But the wording in the document, the staff report, as well as in the document, says that they are just options to consider as part of the 2023 budget and help to form the long-term strategic financial plan. But I wondered if maybe, and it's just a thought, and I'll lean on the clerk for this, does it make sense to say that the plan is endorsed? That is the wording we need from the Ontario regulation, but that the financial options are considered as part of the budgets going forward, or something along those lines, if that might make the councillor more comfortable.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. I'm seeing a few heads nod. So would that be?
Thank you, Chair Hall. I think that would be a good approach and would make me feel much better.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Hamlin, you were in agreement in terms of the direction. Would that wording work for you as well?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So to expedite, if there are no further questions, would you two be prepared to first and second? And I'm going to, unless the clerk corrects me, I'm going to take the wording as friendly. And if there are no further questions, I am going to call the vote. Those who are voting in the affirmative. Okay, and that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. And so I'll just, Treasurer Quinlan, we've got staff report, the staff report T 2022-03, 2022 Q1 financial report be received for information. And is there any further comment on that? Okay, there was no report with that, so we're just going to table it. So with that said, I'm looking for a mover and seconder. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, from technical, is there anybody that would like to speak to it?
Thank you, Chair Hull. If there's anybody in the audience here or attending that would like to address this, please either come forward or press the raise your hand feature.
All good? Okay. So I've read in the report, and if I could get a mover and seconder to put it on the floor, Councillor Berman and Deputy Mayor McLeod. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And it is carried unanimously. Thank you. So thank you for everyone's indulgence with the 6 staff reports, and we'll now move on to our departmental updates. and CAO Skinner in Director Valentine's absence. Is Lindsay Ayres still with us to provide this update?
I believe that she is, and Manager Ayres has a brief update on the OLT items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, CAO Skinner and Acting Mayor Hull. I have two Ontario Land Tribunal or OLT updates to share with you this evening. The first update is to advise the committee that Planning Services received one new appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal on April 20th, 2022, in response to a Committee of Adjustment decision regarding consent number D10122. The consent was conditionally approved by the Committee of Adjustment on March 31st of this year, and an adjacent property owner on Campbell Street has appealed the committee's decision. The consent is in relation to the combined lands municipally addressed as 774 Hurontario Street, 750 Hurontario Street, 2022 Campbell Street, and 33 Finley Drive, and they're generally associated with the proposed development called Blackmore Gates that this committee will likely be familiar with. The effect of the consent is to create one new lot with an existing single detached dwelling fronting Hurontario Street, with the balance of the lands being retained as part of the proposed Blackmore Gates development lands. Planning Services staff are currently in the proposed process of preparing the municipal record for the Ontario Land Tribunal this week, and it is anticipated that an in-camera report seeking council's direction with respect to this appeal will be presented to council later this month with input from the town solicitor. Secondly, further to Director Valentine's OLT update at the April 4th Strategic Initiative Standing Committee meeting, I also wanted to provide members of the committee with an update regarding 31 Huron Street, also known as Harbor House. 31 Huron Street was the subject of a settlement hearing on April 5th, the day after which Director Valentine provided her last update, at which time the OLT approved a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan agreement in principle for a 6-story, 26-meter mixed-use commercial residential building with 1,530 square meters of ground floor commercial and 130 residential condominium apartments. Direction was given to the parties to finalize the zoning bylaw amendment, which required a bylaw reference number from the town, and to finalize the site plan agreement, which required some minor edits and site plan notations. The OLT's final order is being withheld until these matters have been addressed and the town's interim control bylaw is no longer in force and effect, or until an exemption to the interim control bylaw has been granted for the subject property. Planning Services notes that the zoning bylaw amendment and site plan agreement were finalized and submitted to the OLT last week, but that the ICBL remains in effect as a result of the 3 appeals to the zoning bylaw amendment number 2022-7. It is anticipated that a staff report will be brought forward to the May 9th Development and Operations Services Standing Committee meeting, further addressing matters pertaining to the ICBL, including a possible short-term exemption process while the appeals remain active. It is also anticipated that a public staff report on the settlement reached between the town and the developer will be forthcoming in the next few months. And this concludes my OLT update for this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee specific to this development or departmental update? Okay, great. Thanks very much, Lindsay. Appreciate it. With that, we'll then go on to 6.2, which is the MPAC assessment update, and turn it back to Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall, and through you to members of committee. I prepared this information to answer some of the questions that were brought forward during the council meeting on April 19th with respect to assessment and property tax values. It is quite a lengthy presentation, so I'm going to try and highlight what I can on the slides, and will be available for questions after. Next slide, please. So a couple of weeks back, when we did have the discussion, I believe I said that the assessment would be updated for the 2023 tax year, and I misspoke, because in fact it is held until 2024. So basically what that means is that your property assessment or the town's property assessment is going to remain the same as it was for the 2021 tax year or at the 2016 current value assessments, unless there have been any changes to a property, such as an addition or a renovation, a structure on your property was newly built and it hadn't been assessed, there's any changes in property classification, or changes in terms of what is qualifying, for example, like farmland, or all or part of your property no longer qualifies to be tax exempt. So I would say a good example of this would be a site that was previously a church and is no longer tax exempt at this point. All that being said, MPAC is going to continue to maintain a very comprehensive database and deliver the property values, their services, and insights, which enable all organizations, including municipalities, to make the smart decisions. Next slide, please. So how a property's value is determined, there are three approaches. And the approach depends entirely on your property type and how frequently similar types of properties are bought and sold on the open market. The one that most people are familiar with is the direct comparison approach. And I'd say we're most familiar with it because it is in fact what is applied to a residential or a condominium or vacant land property. It's the, what it does is it analyzes recent sales of comparable properties to determine the value of the property. And then it considers sales evidence, including the size of your property or the type of build, brick versus siding and things like that, to ensure that when they use the comparators, they are in fact properties that are similar or identical in use as the property being valued. The second approach is the income approach. I won't go too far into it, but this is mostly for commercial, hospitality, industrial malls, shopping centers, office buildings, things along those lines, which we have quite a bit of in the town of Collingwood. And it's basically brought on by the income producing that the property has the ability to earn. And it's directly tied back to its current value. And finally, there's the cost approach. This is, I would say, not as often referred to because it's for general purpose industrial properties or specific special purpose properties like grain elevators and gravel pits and things like that. So I won't go into too much detail on that one, but it certainly is available as well. Next slide, please. So I think one of the big questions, especially right now, was, how are the sales or this inflationary period we're seeing on the market going to affect your property? And property assessments are determined based on what's called mass appraisal. And mass appraisal is a process of valuing a group of properties at a particular point in time using common data, standardized methods, and statistical testing. To conduct a mass appraisal, MPAC reviews sales and property information of open market transactions within a given market area. And the results of the mass appraisal are applied against the details, meaning the square footage, the lot size, the age of home, and et cetera, of your property to determine or finally determine the current value assessment. Next slide, please. I think it's important that we don't confuse the meaning of sale price and current value. The sale price of a property is the final dollar figure that's negotiated and agreed upon between the buyer and the seller of a home. But a property's current value is an opinion by MPAC of its worth based on the mass appraisals, as we talked about, and analysis of all the sales transactions in that market area. I think, buyers and sellers are motivated for different reasons, and that may affect how much they may be willing to pay for a property. So prices can be influenced by the supply and demand, which I think is what we're experiencing quite a bit right now, not just in the town of Collingwood, but in Ontario as a whole. How well one party negotiates in comparison to the other, the financial circumstances of either party, and also just the length of time of a property being on the market. Next slide, please. Sometimes there are adjustments to the sale prices to ensure that they reflect open market transactions. And there's two different scenarios where these adjustments might be made. And the first is based on prices changing over time. Other adjustments to sale prices are also required when the local real estate market is in a state of inflation and or deflation, in order to ensure that all sales reflect the same market conditions as to a common point in time. I think this is extremely important that we understand this piece that, for example, I think one of the concerns that was brought up is that possibly new construction might be valued at a higher rate in comparison to an older home. And the fact is that when they look at the mass appraisals and the sales transactions, they try and match what date and what market time frame. I shouldn't say try, they do match the market time frame that MPAC is looking at. So it's very specific. So they do make adjustments on a sales price dependent on the timing of the valuation itself. Next slide, please. The second time where an adjustment might be made is where the MPAC sales analysis is using property data present at the time the sale occurred. So if there's a physical change made after the sale, for example, a piece of the property was destroyed, or the transaction price no longer represents the state that the property had occurred at the time of sale, the transaction prices no longer can be used to represent an estimate of the current value for the property. Next slide, please. I think as we know, property taxes are calculated using the current assessed value of your property and multiplying it by the combined municipal and education and county, in our case, tax rates for your class of property. So for example, in the 2022 budgeted levy amount was $36.8 million. This amount is then divided by the current value assessment across the municipality. And for us, that was about $5.1 billion. This is weighted current value assessment, and which means that it includes tax ratios. And again, I believe a point was brought up specifically about tax ratios, and I'm not going to get too much into that during this update, but we'll provide an update at the June SIC to explain tax ratios in the fairness concept. So from these two values, the levy and the current value assessment equates the residential tax rate. So for this year, it's the 0.0072%. Next slide, please. So for 2022, this table here shows what a property would pay based on their current assessed values. So you can see at $350,000, that would be $2,513, and it brings us all the way up to $1 million, where if your home was valued at $1 million, your tax bill for the local municipal portion only would equate to just over $7,000. And just to provide the public with a range, I've added what it costs in taxes for every $100,000 of assessment. So for every $100,000, you can expect to see $718 added to your tax bill. Next slide, please. So I think as part of this information, I thought it would be helpful if we brought forward a few examples. I'm not saying that these examples are 100% what will happen in the future, but I do think that they are representative of the market conditions we see today. So for this first example, what I've proposed is that the overall levy for 2024 increases by 5%, and that the assessment increases by 20%, which means essentially the municipal levy, or the budgeted levy that we calculate taxes on, would increase to 38.6 million. And the weighted assessment now moves to 6.1 billion, my apologies. What this means is that the tax rate actually comes in at 0.0629. And I will note that the difference in the tax rate, and it reduces overall by 12.46% in comparison to the 2022 tax rate. Now, this doesn't mean that you won't pay more taxes, but does in fact mean that or does show, or what it should show, is that the pressure of the budgeted levy, or the levy that's assigned to each year, is what provides more pressure or more impact on the tax rate, or in terms of the total tax dollars that you pay in comparison to the assessment, because the assessment is such a large number. So for example, if we look at the 2022 CVA of $350,000, and that property increased by 20%, bringing it to a $420,000 value, the tax difference is $126 between 2022 and 2024. And similarly, for the $1 million property, it grows to 1.2 million, and the tax difference is $362. Now, even though the CVA has increased by 20%, you don't see the taxes increasing by that same amount. They increase by the amount the levy has increased by, and that's offset by whatever the growth in the total assessment value, or that $6.1 billion, changes by. Next slide, please. So the second example I've used is that, again, the overall levy in 2024 increases from 2022 by 5%, and that the assessment itself increases by 30%. I won't walk through all the particulars, but say that, again, you'll see that the tax rate, in fact, goes down quite a bit more than it did in the previous example. So if we look at the chart and we walk through one example, the home that was valued at $350,000 in 2022 is now valued at $455,000. Now, the tax amount in 2022 was $2,513, and it changes for 2024 to $2,860. So there's a difference of $346.84. So once again, the 5% increase has an impact, and the increase in value of assessment has an impact. But when we look at the greater total, again, it's not a 30% increase year over year. Next slide, please. So in this final example, again, I'm going to repeat that I have an increase of the 2024 levy to 5%, and then the assessment itself, or phase-in value, or the current value, changes by 20%, but I've also included growth of 5%. And I think this in particular is extremely important, because when we look at including growth, which means new homes, new buildings, new commercial properties, things that weren't previously included in the assessed value, they have a significant impact overall on the tax rate itself. So I'm going to use the first example again. So a home valued in 2022 at $350,000. Now this home in particular increased by 20%. So its new value is $420,000. Now, I don't include any growth in here, but I have included growth in the total weighted assessment at $6.4 billion, which means from a tax standpoint, this particular property increases their taxes by $21 year over year. And if we work our way down the chart and talk about a $1 million home, that's now valued at 1.2 million, because of the significant impact that growth has on the total assessment value, the increase is about $60. Next slide, please. So I think this was a great exercise. I think it's extremely important that taxpayers are provided the information to understand their property taxes better, especially considering the inflationary impacts that are going on at this time. But I think what's important to note is that these values are only really one piece of how the taxes for a property are calculated, and that the budgeted levy, in fact, has a greater influence on what the taxpayer will ultimately pay. And when we include growth, it offsets these valuations as well. Again, I just wanted to highlight that I have not included discussions about tax ratios, because I think we wanted to give a good understanding of these, the tax value and the tax rate. But at the next SIC meeting, I think town staff would like to touch on the tax ratios and how they impact the weighted value assessment for a more fulsome understanding of the property tax system. And I think that's my last slide.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. Is there anybody from committee that has a question, comment on the presentation? Yes.
Thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan, because I think there are still people who think that their property taxes and their current value assessment are like the HST. And so the $200,000 house they bought that's now worth $1 million, suddenly they're going to have to pay 5 times as much taxes. And so I think it's really important that this is made clear to people that it's a proportionate amount of what we set in our budget. And I don't think we can communicate that enough. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If I may, I'd like just to offer the following suggestion to staff. So CAO Skinner, I brought the matter forward, I think, as part of a county report. And I thought that what I conveyed that night was what we just witnessed, but clearly I was not as thorough, concise, or accurate. And I agree with what Councillor MacLeod indicated just in terms of, the value of the information. To me, this is a fantastic report that is lost at 25 to 10 on a Monday night. And I don't mean no disrespect. But if that could be spliced out, repackaged, and put as part of a presentation that was part of our YouTube channel, on our town website, pushed through other social media channels, I think that would be something of value that people would take the 10 minutes and A, they would get to know who their treasurer is. 2, they'd see a fantastic presentation that would really offer some fact-based insight. And I leave it at that. So thank you very much, Treasurer Quinlan. That was excellent tonight. Appreciate it. So with that, then I'd like to move, we have Councillor Hamlin has item 7.1, and this is with regards to the Joint Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee, and she's kind enough, she's going to provide an update tonight. So,
thank you. I'll be brief. There were 2 points, main points I wanted to bring to Council's attention. The first is we have speakers at this Recruitment and Retention Committee from time to time, and it was interesting. The speakers we had last week were involved with the new Ontario Health Team and Grey Bruce. And they haven't worked cooperatively on physician recruitment and retention. And I'll just say, unlike what we're trying to do with our group. And it was interesting to hear the doctor speak about how there was no consensus, therefore, on how to approach physician recruitment. There was no understanding of how the best way to do it should be, and that all the municipalities were competing against each other for the physicians. And in fact, I asked, well, what kind of incentives are they giving? And in fact, there's quite large financial incentives that are paid to doctors to settle in a community. So that was how they have been approaching it, and they were quite interested, the speakers, to hear more about what we were doing, and had hoped that their model would move towards that. The second thing I wanted to mention is that as of the beginning of June, the town of Blue Mountain, which organizes this committee, they shut down all their committees in advance of the election. And so what our committee has done is suggest that the committee should be disbanded permanently, and that a model that would be a nonprofit model be adopted. There would be representatives from the municipalities that want to participate, but also other stakeholders, which right now there aren't. So what is happening is there's what's called a task force, which are representatives from different stakeholders that are being invited to participate over the next few months and think through how this entity might look. The goal will be for this task force to report to the town of Blue Mountains because the committee will be gone, by July 25. It'll go through the town of Blue Mountain Council in August with a view to it coming to this council in September. So really just a heads up that I'm hoping early September, we will see some recommendations coming from this task force on how the new entity for physician recruitment and retention might look, and we'll have a chance to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Councillor Hamlin, I just had one question, and that is, can you just remind, for our sake and those watching, what's the composition of the task force?
Yeah, I'll say it's Collingwood, it's Town of Blue Mountain, it's Clearview, and Grey Highlands. Meaford was originally participated, but they decided to go off on their own, and they're one of the municipalities that are doing their own recruiting.
Yeah. Are there any questions for Councillor Hamlin? Okay. So at this point, we'll open up our committee meeting to our opportunity for those who wish to provide delegation. And Clerk Almus, do we have anyone either in it? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Is there an opportunity for other business within this agenda?
Yes, go ahead.
So this has kind of been bothering me the entire term, and I'm not sure at what point the procedural bylaw changed, and it didn't impact the meeting tonight, but it's been bothering me that when council is considering items on the agenda and a point comes up where they require to go in camera for identifiable individuals or further legal advice or whatever, but our procedural bylaw or the ruling by our clerk seems to deem that a member of council cannot ask to go in camera while we're discussing that item. I think it really jeopardizes, puts council in a position of making decisions without the full information if there's pressure to make those decisions that evening. And I also think that in those cases where a council member really feels that they need that information, that those matters should automatically be deferred until they can have an in-camera to get that information. So I don't know where that falls within. I think Strategic Initiative Committee was the one to bring it up in, but it really has been bothering me that there's been opportunities where I felt I needed to go into in camera to ask specific questions, but could not be allowed the opportunity to do so by that ruling. And I also think members of council should also have the opportunity to ask to go in camera if they are participating in things outside the realm of an agenda, to ask to be put on an agenda. And I don't think that our procedural bylaw should allow the appearance of them being stopped for whatever reason to bring these matters to council's attention. So I guess it's a request to our clerk regarding the procedural bylaw and what we can do to make it better so that it doesn't have the appearance of council members not being able to access the information they need because it's something they can't ask in the public realm. And we respect that beyond all things here.
Okay. So I maybe should have asked prior to, not to allow you to state what you were going to state, but just to ask if you were raising an issue or raising an issue for the purpose of actually pointing or looking for direction. So is it your intent that you perhaps would like to bring this back at another time, or would you actually like to ask for specific direction at this point?
No, I think the clerk should bring back some advice as to how we can, I think it's a problem, and I would like to be able to fix it.
Okay. So do you want to put that specifically on
Yeah,
the
I guess
floor?
that would be a request for a staff report, sadly. But it really has been bothering me now, and we're almost at the end of the term, and I'm really thinking about the next term of council and whether my colleagues believe, have the same concern or not. They may not, but I have that concern. So I guess to ask the staff report, I'll know if they do.
Okay. Yes, Clerk Almus.
Certainly. I'm wondering, it's a pretty straightforward response that we can add under other business at the next council meeting. I can give an update on why we do the process that we do. and acknowledge that if any member has an item for an in-camera, they don't need to have a petition of council unless it's a special meeting, as long as it meets the test for going in camera. So I can provide an update, or we can do the notice of motion if Councillor Jeffrey prefers and have it addressed at the next meeting.
Would you be open, Councillor Jeffrey, to on the 16th, allowing the clerk to, under other business, provide an answer, and then if there is clarification or if you feel there's something further in terms of direction could be provided that night? Would that be?
Yep, that is fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Through you to the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Fryer has been patient. So, Mr. Fryer, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. And I, as you know, I've noted the CVA concerns to council from back in 2020. So I just wanted to say a couple of very quick comments. I thought it was an excellent and thorough review by Director Quinlan. Since it will be touched on again the next SIC, I'll just wait to hear those details. But I wanted to note my support for just what you talked about, that even though it's not going to happen until 2024, taxpayer education is going to be imperative in this regard. A major concern I've had all along is how do you reduce the likelihood of appeals by people? Because that's got to be something that staff's looking at and as a possibility and dreading that. So again, excellent report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fryer. So with that, we've had a good meeting. It's been a long meeting. CEO Skinner, please extend our thanks to staff. There's a lot of good information, good reports tonight. Much appreciated. With that, Councillor Jeffrey, it's your turn. So, and there's our adjournment. Those in favor? Good night. Cheers.